And we're back with, I don't know, whatever this game is. We've successfully managed, in an entire day of streaming, to not quite finish Act 1. Something I'm not going to apologize for, because you knew what you were getting into and you asked the lore runner to stream Diablo. Speaking of which, before we finish up Act 1, I'm just going to make, there we go. We're just going to test something very quickly.
Good day.
Right.
All who oppose me, beware.
Yeah, that's Zool. In a nutshell. Okay, so we found the cave. But you know, honestly...
I sense death within this place.
Ooh, death. My favorite thing! Oh, shoot, I accidentally hit the wrong button. It's okay, we'll just restart.
Good day.
Okay, so it does work the way we thought it did. So in the original, obviously, offline characters retained.
All who oppose me, beware.
Retained the map. You'll notice the map is not only the same map we just had, but it's also still mapped out. Den of Evil's in the same spot, and the area we have explored is still explored, which is something I was curious about. Shrines are different, because several things can vary. I believe it's enemies, treasure, shrines... Basically anything that's a doodad of any sort is the stuff that I believe is randomized. Don't quote me on that, though. But we're not playing that, of course. We're going over here and playing Hakan.
Good day. The caravan is prepared. We may now journey eastward to Lut Gholein.
Marius told me about Lut Gholein. It sounds like a cool place.
Good day. You'll probably go east now. It was good to know you. I hope you'll come back if you ever need anything.
Don't worry, I have a tendency to come back to Act 1.
Let's deal, my friend. I'm gonna party like it's $9.99.
Unlikely, J. Palmer. Pax isn't super interested in D2, and he's the only one.
Yes?
Oops.
Finally we made...
Okay, we already heard that one. Just making sure.
Yes? And Dariel's death brings about renewed life for us all. We mourn the loss of our dear sisters, but at least now we can get on with our lives. I may have misjudged you, Outlander. You are a true hero, and testament to the noble spirit which has inspired our order for generations. Farewell, my friend.
So... like, when would I have time to, Von Falkenstein? And why would I have motivation to do so? There's a weird concept, which you don't often see, but you usually see in really good games. Really good games, so I'm saying this wrong. Really good sequels tend to have this thing where they look at something good and they're like, this is pretty good, this is pretty good. But you know it'd be even better? If we start off by essentially just doing the first game or the previous game, but a bit better, but then we start veering off a little bit into new locales, new concepts, new quest design, etc. The reason I bring all this up is if you're paying any kind of attention, Act 1 here, you know, this act that we've been going through for 8 hours, it's D1 again. The only major difference structurally is the open areas. You know, nice, big, open areas like this one, which is different. I don't want to sound like it isn't. But, structurally, quest design-wise, dungeon design-wise, it's D1, but with a coat of polish, right? And that's fine. So I'll name a specific other example of a game that pulls this same trick. Paper Mario 2. Now, Paper Mario 2 takes this and runs with it way more than D2 does, but getting back to the point, D2 decided, okay, well, let's flip things around a little bit. And this was a lot more work than it sounds like, because D2 has Act 2, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself.
Yes?
traveled east, over the mountains and into the vast deserts of broken lands. As the days passed, my companion told me of himself, that he had once been a great warrior, and that a dark and secret burden now weighed heavily upon him. We traveled for an eternity across that barren wasteland. How long? I couldn't say.
The poor camel.
And always a dark cloud seemed to follow us just over the horizon. Finally, the journey ended. We climbed the last bridge. There below us lay our destination. The shining jewel, Loot Lane, with a great sea beyond. We made camp that last night. Perhaps it was the warm desert wind or the sound of the ocean, but for the first time in many weeks, I slept. However, the dreams returned, but these were clearly not my own. I beheld a vision of a great man, the mage, Talrasha. You were there too, Tyrael. I remember seeing you in my dream. His brethren had cornered a great demon, Baal, Lord of Destruction, who had been set loose upon the world. They attempted to imprison the demon within a sacred stone. Yet when their attempts failed, Talrasha selflessly volunteered to contain the demon within himself, completing the prison. He instructed his brethren to bind him within a tomb, buried under the sand, there to wrestle with the demon for all eternity.
Now you know what I seek, Marius. This is my brother. Sleep now. We set out with the dawn.
I love how Menk's voice actor voices Aiden, by the way.
The next morning, we walked over the hill toward Loot Lane. I had no idea then of the horrors that were in store for me there.
Marius is, of course, voiced by Saldir in the rewrite.
Hello.
Oh, and of course, Bale is voiced by Mr. Red. This guy right here is voiced by Lord Harriman.
Greetings, honored traveler. I am Jaren, Lord of Loot Lane, and I bid you welcome to my fair port city. I'm glad to know that once again, caravans are free to travel through the Western Pass. For some time now, we have been under siege by an evil power that I cannot identify. Strange, it all began when a dark wanderer came this way, looking for the tomb of Talrasha. No one knows exactly where Talrasha, keeper of Baal, is entombed, but it is certain to be far out in the desert. Now my people whisper tales of the dead rising from their tombs, and horrible creatures lurking amongst the moonlit dunes. Even I have witnessed things which I cannot explain. I've ordered the port closed and all trade ships moored until I am sure that my city is safe. Atma, the tavern keeper, has an important mission for you. Go see her immediately. You'll find her on the other side of town. Now I must return to the palace. I apologize, but I can't invite you in. Things are rather a mess right now.
Yeah, they are. Thank you, Bella. Always and ever. There are 3 primevals in Diablo. Mephisto, Baal, and Diablo. And I'll put that towards the Kingdom Hearts block, Bella. Thank you. Ball, Takoida.
Mashif is an honorable man, but I fear that he is growing impatient with me about impounding his ship. I dare not tell him what's really happening in this city. For trade in magic and the like, see Drognin or Lysander. Drognin is the wisest man I know, without equal in magic and ancient lore. Poor Lysander is nearly deaf, but he's a reliable potion chemist. For travel back west, see Wariv, whom you already know. Our own Farah is a fine and honest armorer, and she can heal wounds as well. Elzix is the innkeeper, and may also have some items to trade. Grays, the mercenary captain I hired to secure the gates of Lut Gholein, keeps order in town as well. There are others here too. I'm sure you'll meet most of them. Just look around.
Stupidity, loner. It's okay, I came up with a better excuse in the rewrite. So we're just going to roam around town for a second and admire how incredibly well designed this is. Yeah, this is an actual town, lore-wise, for the first time. We actually have little vents, which makes sense. There is actually a sewer structure here. A little tidbit of visual storytelling. So the whole area is paved, but not every area is clean of sand. And there's still sand billowing out into the paved area, because of course there is. There's just going to be sand. But the point is, it showcases the idea that someone or someone's job it is to go around and literally sweep the pavement, right? Sweep the cobblestone to ensure to ensure that you know, they walk on something that isn't sand. Also to keep things looking nice. One moment, please. Stop being dumb. There we go. You also see little tidbits like this. I forget what the term is for this, but this is an engineering concept. You lay down planks or stones or whatever, and it helps to stabilize the sand in a spot. So even though this is basically just sandy walkway, it's still more stable than if it was literally just loose sand. There's a couple of things like that around here you'll see periodically. And I just realized you can't see my mouse, but you get the idea. It's there, it's there. Also, notice we have multiple entrances in the first dungeon, which we'll talk about more later. It's also got an actual proper wall, which again makes sense, and we can literally see the sand being picked up by that. And of course, doodads out the wazoo. Of course there are. I don't feel the need to elaborate upon that. But you'll also notice the one and only place that looks clean is the palace over here. The one place that people have been bothering to keep as sand-free as possible. Jaren's a decent sort, but, you know. Now, this also... Yeah, Dome's literally shiny. I do not want that guy's job. But then we also have this little section right here. This is brilliant in its own right. This is the trade square, right? Center square, center of the town. But what I love most about this also makes perfect sense from a gameplay perspective. So when we warp in, we're going to warp in over here. This is our town portal spot right here. Nice big open square for it. We can walk right over here. Not yet, not yet. There's Kane for identifying, Farah for healing, Bank right there. Bam, bam, bam. So good design in terms of gameplay layout, in addition to everything else. You can also buy potions right over there in the square too. The stuff you're going to use a little bit less often, such as the mercenary, like this guy up here, he's up here. And of course, we've got our gambler, our guide equivalent over here. But again, from a gameplay perspective, the stuff you need the most is very quickly accessible. It's also right across the way from the waypoints. So, waypoint, square, TPs, square. Bam. So, good gameplay design hub, in addition to being brilliantly and beautifully laid out. I could probably spend way more time than is worth anybody to listen to just gushing about how gorgeous this is. I love how the layout even makes sense from a narrative perspective. I love that one of the other well-kept areas is the tavern, which is probably seeing a lot of use right now because of the fact that the city is under lockdown. Oh yeah, we've also got the guard over by the gate. Naturally, the boat, if I'm not mistaken, in Lut Gholein, the docks is always on the southeast. But first, Raid Shadow Legends.
Greetings. I'm Mashif, captain of this ship here. I make port runs around the Twin Seas and occasionally out to Kingsport in Westmarch. I haven't sailed anywhere lately, though. Jaren has ordered me to stay docked here in case of emergency.
Yep. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I know a lot of people swarmed in. I do apologize for not saying hi's to all. We were in the middle of a cutscene. Give me a break. And of course we've got Serious.
Now that Andariel is dead, I can return and outfit the rogues properly. Once I've made some trades here, I'll be free to head back to their monastery. Let me know if you want to travel along.
I think you're right, actually, Nitro. Or Novarius. Because I think you're right, because I think this is always going to have the sea to the southeast, and the docks is always going to have the exit to the northeast. Pandemonium always has the exit to the southeast, and Haragath always has the exit to the northwest, I think. I'm pretty sure. Anywho, so this is all gorgeous and amazing and deserves several positives. So let's pause for a moment, do the most boring thing we could possibly do, and say how amazing this game is. I know nobody wants me to give positives to Diablo 2, but here we are. No, Crazinors, you just heard it, in fact. But now we gotta do everything I just did again. Now, it's missing in some of the details, obviously. But you do notice we've still got a lot of details to appreciate and enjoy. Everything I said about the walkway is still true. Lots of jugs of water immediately next to the well, which makes perfect sense. Dark Day is interrupting positivity. That also makes perfect sense. His name is Dark Day, for God's sakes. I mean, come on. Palace is still relatively fancy. It's also actually a little more worn down in the original version. You can actually see where the paint has started to fray off of the walls. Nope, I'm not going in. You may not pass. You may not pass. Thank you, Dark Day. If you know what you want to put that towards, up towards 3 things, please let me know. I love how you could see, I don't actually remember what it's called architecturally speaking. You can see it here too a little bit. But here it's really obvious that they had bricks, and the bricks are actually covered by some kind of sandstone treatment, which has been worn down just by time and age. It's like von Falkenstein, for example. Is that... Master of Orion 3 von Falkenstein. The really crappy one. I just want to be very clear that that's the one we're talking about. Like, the terrible one that everyone, including me, hates. Just want to be sure we're all on the same page here. Because, you know, Master of Orion 4 is just called Master of Orion for some reason. Okay. Well, what's your backup? Because I don't actually know if I can get that game running, and I certainly do not own it. So I'm going to have to look into that. Like, I'm okay with playing a terrible... I hate that game so much. I'm okay with playing a terrible game. That's always okay. But I'm not sure if I can get it playable, because I don't own it. You're probably thinking, why don't you own it? I snapped the CD in half.
Good evening.
No, I could buy it again, J. Palmer. But I don't know, like, I have no idea where to buy it. And I have no idea how to get it streamable. Again, I'm going to have to essentially be starting from scratch to make sure that it's workable and playable and all that fun stuff. So... okay. So, Master of Orion 4 as the backup. Why did I snap the disc in half? I feel like I've already answered that question. Master of Orion 4 I not only have, but I've streamed before, so we're good on that. Wolfenstein New Blood, would I snap it in half? Yeah, I'd probably do that. On camera, too. Snap. Oop. Anyways, sorry. God, I hated Master Brian 3. I was livid at that game. I should probably mention I am a huge fan of strategy games, 4X games, and Master Brian 2. In fact, some of you may remember a while ago I did a top 26 or whatever game series. Master Brian 2 was in that list. It's still a good game. It still holds up quite well. 3... Anyways. Still excellent doodad design. We've got supplies by the docks. We've got the ships, barely visible. It's very dark for some reason. Like, the sun hasn't gone out yet. Why is it so dark? We've also got lovely little, like, rungs, ladders, rope, little platform down here. Well, I don't know what that sewers is. We're not going to go in there just yet. All sorts of very cool stuff. So, essentially, just it's just more positive. It's just... Okay. Much easier to see here. It's still got the same lighting problem, but still a lot easier to see what's going on. Okay. I could gush about the visuals some more. I love how the town square actually has a lot of cargo and stuff out for display. I love how they've got little locks and chests and areas where you can see where the stall shuts up at night. I love how they've got displays for weapons, and they've got, like, little side areas to help keep the sand more under control in here. I love how they've got, like, a fresh well in the town market square, which makes sense. A lot of people spend a lot of time here, and they don't want to leave their stalls, so they need, you know, the market there. These are my skills at the moment. In fact, you can actually see them right here, if I hex you. Yeah, it's a little bit better, slightly better than Secret of the Stars. Whoops. I'm sorry to keep gushing, but I absolutely love how this looks. And again, going out to the desert sands, as weird as it may sound, was a variance. It was something that was not expected from the original. That, and that. Okay, so we're up to here now.
I've heard that you are responsible for banishing Andariel back to the burning hells. I'm impressed, stranger. That couldn't have been easy. My name is Drognan, and I know what you're up against, my friend. You ought to look over my inventory of items for trade.
Yeah, Act 1, as much as it was neat, was ultimately one tile set, one biome. So this is our Akara. We now have better access to slightly better potions, which, at this point, if you've been paying attention, we're already kind of outpacing. And, of course, Tomes of Town Portal, which, we'll buy a couple of those. Upgrade a bit there.
I bet you wonder how this town manages to stay safe with all the trouble going on out in the desert. Well, I can tell you that it's got nothing to do with the local town guards. They're all in the palace for some reason. Jaren hired me and my mercenaries to help keep the peace around here. We're not cheap, but we're the best this wasteland has to offer.
You got it, Mengsk. So, what do we got here? These are the Act 2 monks, mercenaries, and they're just kind of better in every way than all of the other mercenaries. And don't mistake me, the mercenaries of each act do actually have a valid build and design around them, but really, if you're playing this game, you want the Act 2 mercenaries. The reason why is because they have decent health and decent defenses, and most importantly of all, they are paladins, which means they have auras. Prayer is, of course, very useful. You just regenerate life. Blessed Aim increases your attack rating. We also have Defiance, which increases your defense rating. All of these are useful. We're going to go ahead and just go with this guy here. You. Yes, please. Thank you. And hopefully we'll keep him alive for the entire rest of the game.
You look like a sturdy adventurer. You know, I used to be quite the scoundrel in my day. I led the fiercest group of bandits who ever terrorized these sands. Nowadays, I run this here inn and pretty much stay out of trouble. My days of adventuring are behind me.
Yeah, so yeah, gambler. We don't really have the money for that at the moment. No, Yura, they do not. Well, let's go see what's going on in the palace really quick.
Oh. You may not pass.
What?
You may not pass.
But...
You may not pass.
Could I please...
You may not pass.
Okay, whatever. Let's talk to the crazy guy.
How do I know I can trust you, hmm? You may be as shifty as that pack rat Elzix who runs the inn. But if you need a potion, though, I suppose I can make you one. For a price, of course.
Right. Closer potion vendor, by the way, if you don't want to go over to the tomb guy.
Welcome to my shop. Oh, I have great faith in Graves. He seems to have things well in hand.
Right. So let's talk to the Zakarum.
I know much about the ancient religions. I was trained as a paladin of Zakarum in the Eastern Koras Temple many years ago. When the three evils were bound ages ago, Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, was moved to Kurast and bound by the holiest of magics.
Right. Well, I'm sure that won't be relevant at all. I'm going to talk to Drog, I'm going to talk to him, so...
Hello. Elzix is quite a scoundrel, but I like him all the same.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Narcy. You're going to have to be more specific. So, what's Atma want?
I don't expect this of you, but if you want to help me, I would be grateful. In the sewers below our city, there lurks a horrid creature that hungers for human flesh. The creature has killed many, including my son and my husband. If you destroy it, I will reward you. Please, be careful, though. That beast has taken enough from us already. The sewer entrance is through the trapdoor, just up the street.
Or you can come in through the docks. I've always wondered, because there's not really a lot of practical reason for multiple entrances to the dungeon. It's just kind of like, you can enter wherever. So we're going to try and sweep a little bit, because we are... Oh, actually, no. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to try and buy some armor. There are 2 donation buttons on the website. There are, huh? I think you're lying to me. So let's go see what's happening. Let's see. So we've got the donation button, the patronage button, and the stripe button. So I think you've lied to me, Narcy. There are actually 3 donation buttons. One of those is a direct donation, one of those is a monthly sub, and one of those is a monthly sub. Any questions? What was I doing? Right. Lara.
It is an honor to serve you.
Yep. Come on. Damn. Nothing good. Although we're starting to see some higher tier stuff, some higher template stuff. Because we now have full helm, scale mails, actual big shields, and all sorts of cool stuff like that. But nothing really worth our time yet. Yeah, I added stripe because it was a specific request. I'm very unfond of it. It's a colossal pain. In fact, it's such a colossal pain that I'm probably never going to touch it again. By the way, like little tufts of sand as we're walking. Anyways. So you like poorly lit areas, right? Okay. Sorry, buddy. Didn't mean to make you tank up there. I got your back. Actually, I feel... Even though it's all shiny, probably because it's a sewers, I find it's a little easier to see in the dark here. And by in the dark, I mean in the new graphics. Just a bit. Yeah, I don't know where multi-armed skeletons came from. Probably some Japanese thing somewhere, I don't know. But yes, anyways, if nobody knows what Stripe is, don't worry about it. It's literally there for the people who don't like Patreon or PayPal. Because Patreon is sketchy, and so is PayPal. It's okay. Stripe is sketchy, too. It's just sketch all the way down the way, you know? It's nothing but sketch. That's just life. You want to change hands, you want money to change hands, there's gonna be some sketch. Twitch is sketchy too, while we're on the subject. That was actually really good luck. Well, I suppose I should say Patreon is something that some people don't agree with politically, and I'm just gonna leave that at that. I mean, I've been accused of being a scam artist with my donation setup on Falkenstein, so... That's a total goddamn lie, of course, but I have been accused of that. So... I hope you like lots and lots of poison damage, because this is Act 2. If you've been paying attention, and I don't blame you if you haven't, each of the acts kind of has a thematic thing going on in terms of damage types. Act 2 is poison. This is doubly funny because each of the Act bosses also leans heavily onto a damage type. The Act 1 boss is poison. The Act 2 boss is cold, the Act 3 boss is lightning, the Act 4 boss is fire. The Act 5 boss is whatever the hell he feels like that week. What the hell is a quadruple alliance going on? Actually, ironically, Diablo does both fire, cold, and lightning damage. And spirit, I think, technically. Still, I didn't mean to click that. Well, I've literally never played D3 with a controller, Yura, so I suppose that answers your question. Oh god, lightning enchant! Lightning enchant! Why would you do this to me, Yura? Oh god, we lost our dude. He's already dead. He died to a lightning enchant. Real talk, I don't actually know all the damage types that Bale does, because Bale can do whatever the hell he wants to. Well, who would be the 4 things they're allied with, Gungan? Also, considering the Empire is one organization, I don't think they're an alliance of anything. So yeah, each act is a bit of a staircase up in difficulty by design. Whether that's good, bad, or in between tends to vary. Now, as we've already talked about, we have had astonishingly bad loot luck so far. Like, a lot of the reasons we're behind the power curve is because our loot luck has been really bad. Much worse than I'm used to. I shouldn't be surprised by that. This is a stream. And if there's one thing we've established on our streams, it's that if we're going to get bad luck in any format, it's going to be on a frickin' stream. We haven't been thorough on grinding, but I usually don't need to be. I have replayed this game many times, and grinding is rarely required for progression. In my experience. And then Black Malkin's like, you didn't grind! I just said this, man. But no, I've never had loot luck this bad. I think literally ever. Go figure. It's okay. That's not the first time I've had the worst loot luck, luck in general I've ever had on a stream before. Remember the Earthbound run? Thank you, Narset. Always appreciate. I will jot that down for Dungeon Siege 2. Chrono Cross and the Darkest Dungeon. Much obliged. Okay, what am I doing?
Greetings.
What do we get? What do we get? Junk, of course. Total junk. Sure. I mean, you say that, Black Malkin, but that doesn't change what I said at all.
Yes, citizen.
Also, you're wrong! Okay, there we go. Got that out of the way. Woo! Does Diablo have good novels like StarCraft does? No. Does Diablo have novels like StarCraft does? Yes. I am not overly fond of them, if it's not obvious. Okay, so you should be able to use this. Yep.
I'll put that to good use.
And that.
I'll put that
Yep.
to good
I
use.
need to get you a helmet. And don't worry, those novels are, near as I can tell, already completely retconned. That requires 41 strength for nothing. Jesus. That won't work. That's a good question, J. Palmer. As I currently equip my mercenary that I have resurrected, do I commit to not resurrecting the mercenaries? So, Preventers asks a question, and Dakota says it's because D3 has a bad story. I 100% agree with that. But there is this weird problem that Blizzard has, and I don't know why they have this problem. And that problem is they have this obsession with making previous player characters not characters. Like, that is a weirdly common thing across all three of their major franchises, and I don't really know why. So, for example, why do the D2 characters not show up in D3? Because the D2 characters are the D2 characters. Why do the StarCraft characters not show up in StarCraft 2? It's the same exact thing. Same thing. There are exceptions, and they are called exceptions for a reason. Warcraft is kind of a variant because Warcraft didn't have PCs. That was actually specifically what they did to bypass that problem. Let me walk this back a little bit. So Warcraft 1 had a PC. Actually, it had 2. And both of those are named known characters. That would be Lothar if you're playing as the humans, or... oh god, I can't think of it. Orgrim if you're playing as the orcs. Cool. Then Warcraft 2 took that and threw it out the window. And then Warcraft 3 just has there be no player characters at all. Excuse me. I mentioned exceptions. Artanis is one of the exceptions. Oh my goodness. No. Yeah, Blizzard has an almost fetishized fascination with retconning. It's actually really frustrating. It's one of the reasons several people, like me, were so excited when they came out with the stated goal of solidifying Warcraft lore and stopping with the non-stop retcons. Then those people stopped working at Blizzard. A bunch of assholes got in charge of story design. And we had BFA. Cool. And then we had Shadowlands, which retcons the crap out of things. I was towards the middle/end of Pandaria. I was a little surprised by it. It's weird. It was cool. It was cool, and then Disney took over. And then... okay, what am I doing? Where am I at? Yeah, and now Shadowlands is being ignored. It's probably for the best. So the Barbarian actually supposedly isn't the same guy. I talked about that during the lore run. Even though it totally should be. But, Zool, we get a couple of hints of him. And we get like one tidbit of Isendra. And I think that's actually it. I think that's the totality of it. What was the problem with Shadowlands? Do you got 3 days non-stop to talk for 30 hours about the problems with Shadowlands, J. Palmer? Don't lie to me. No, you don't. I can't summarize. It's not a summarizable problem. It's one of those things, right? I cannot summarize the problems of Shadowlands. Don't worry, we'll probably do a review of it someday. This year. Yeah, what happened with Shadowlands? Ugh. Sorry, I'm looking at a couple things here. Let's do this. This can go badly. I also need to rebind a few things. So let's put this actually over here. That there, and then I need more hotkeys. Great, cold resist in a poison dungeon. That's exactly what I wanted. I will admit, the Arthas book is what I would consider one of the only good Warcraft books. In fact, I'd say there's only 2. Then again, the StarCraft books only have 1 good book. That's the Abathur one. I forget actually the name of it, but it's the one by Timothy Zahn. The Diablo books have no good ones, in my opinion, but that's a little more contentious. The other is the Illidan book, yes. Not a big fan of the knack. Never have been. You know, you say that, Von Falkenstein, but you're extremely wrong. That's okay. We all have to be extremely wrong someday. It's like Destiny. The game series. Destiny is an extremely wrong game. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, does anybody actually like Destiny? What are we at on this? I mean, I've read all the Warcraft books, but I have no intention to reread any of them except for 2 of them. That's the dumbest thing I've heard today, Crazy Norse. That's impressive. Wow. And I suppose that's my reaction to you. A reaction to your comment, I suppose I should say. A moron, clearly, Crazy Norse. We have had the weirdest luck so far. We've had really good terrain and levels luck. And surprisingly good, like, general experience luck. And then terrible loot luck. But yeah, no. I know Von Falkenstein is joking, but just in case someone watching on the VOD currently thinks he's being legitimate, I am not an Arthas fanboy, nor am I an Illidan fanboy. In fact, I'm not much of a fanboy of anything. I am a good writing fanboy. Which is also not true, but you get my point, right? I like stories. that are good. I know, it's shocking, but that's my preference.
Good to see you.
How may I help you?
Worst Warcraft book? It's one of the knack ones. They're all kind of terrible. I'm not looking at that. I'm in socket right now. No. Oh, right. There we go. Oh, yeah. Well, the one with Madon is actually a comic, not a, book. But if we ignore that distinction, then I would agree. The Madon comics are the worst Warcraft books. I've been debating the inventory size. It's nowhere near as bad as it was in D1, but it's still not good. And, well, I already mentioned Friday that the very first thing I do is I go out of my way to, mod in better inventory. In fact, I'm not sure... Did we even play with a non-modded inventory during the lore run? I don't remember. Maybe, J. Palmer. That was a pretty close run anyways. Where we are right now? 3 to 9. That's pretty good. Can we hit 43 strength right now? Yes, we can. Oh, wow, we just have plain old gloves. Jesus Christ. Poison length. For a second, I thought this said poison length increased by 25%. I was gonna be like, why? Hold on, grab that too. Yeah, we haven't even seen really large charms. I know these say large charms, but there's larger than this, is my point. Inventory a little bit here, over here. No, we're actually going to go gambling in just a second here, Van Falkenstein. I'm just saying what guarantees we have at the moment. Because right now, we have crap armor, too. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that costs 25 grand, which we can afford. Habit, Crazy Norse.
Hello.
Alright, what do we got? Nothing good. We could... Well, we just bought those, though. Prayer Aura, Reggie. Regen. Yeah, I don't want any of that. Can we, like... That's not great. That's not great either. What else you got? What else you got? Okay, that might be worth something. Maybe, because we have crap armor. So, there's pretty decent armor over in the vendor, but it's 25 grand. This is 10,000, a lower tier, but it might be better. It could be something really good. This is what we call the gambler's fallacy. That's a lie. The gambler's fallacy is actually a specific aspect of psychology. But we're gonna do it. It's gonna be it. You watch. Oh, it's total garbage. I mean, it's better than what we have, so we're gonna put it on anyways. But still, that's +2 life, +4 mana. That's crap. Stance on backseat gaming? That's a random out of nowhere question, Yura. Right, I'm gonna have to murder Yura now. There we go. Okay, we're done. Oof, that was rough. Have some potions, please.
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
Oh, that's a good idea. Here, have a potion. You're up. There we go. And you're good. Don't mind the extra limb. It's cool. We're cool. Yeah, we're in too deep. So, that's actually still better armor than what we just got. It's almost double the actual defense value. And it has increased hit recovery. Still, that is very expensive. So we're going to go ahead and grab it anyways, because we can afford it. Boom. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and dump all this here. Just pause it all. There we go. Yeah, the actual gambler's fallacy is eventually your odds will improve. That's the gambler's fallacy. Like I said, it's a specific aspect of psychology. It's funny because it's technically true, but only by virtue of averaged statistics, which isn't literal statistics, and it's really easy to manipulate. Let me put it to you this way. If I flip this coin, I have a 50% chance of it being one side or the other. The more I flip it, the more the sample size increases, as Takoida points out, and the more likely it's going to swing one way or the other. But in practical terms, for the individual flip never changes. The actual individual flip is always 50-50. Now, for a coin flip, that's whatever. The way gambling tends to get involved here is when you have, say, a 2% chance to get something, or a 0.01% chance to get something. The fallacy is thinking that that chance goes up over time, because it doesn't. Yeah, if you go twice, you double your odds. Doesn't work that way. Statistics are weird. Because there's technically actually two sides to statistics. Whoops. That. Oh, there we go. Okay, so back into it. We got some better gear. Oh, actually, no, there was actually one other thing I wanted to do here. So, yeah, sure. Well, why not? Like I said, statistics are weird, yo. This way? Yeah, this way. Yeah, it's called the gambler's fallacy because it's literally used abusively by, casinos and other gambling outages, including mobile games, because mobile games are gambling, in order to, oh, there's our first crystal sword! We should keep track. We should keep track. Hang on. How many crystal swords are we gonna get here? In order to try and convince people to waste more money and get them more money. And there's a reason gambling is such a lucrative profession. We're almost to the Arcane Sanctuary. Pretty close. Good morning, Talia. Yeah, we've had a sprawling sewers so far. We had to do a bit of a loot break, because we were falling way behind. Oh, absolutely, Crazy Horse. Sunk cost fallacy is... So, a lot of people misunderstand the sunk cost fallacy. So, to be very clear about it, the sunk cost fallacy is not when you keep doing something hoping you'll succeed. A lot of people misattribute it to that, and that's actually really frustrating. If you're working on a long-term project and you're failing it, and someone says, lost the sunk cost fallacy, it's like, no. I just haven't succeeded yet. There's a difference. The sunk cost fallacy is when you automatically presume value when there is none because of how much has already been spent on a particular thing. That's the sunk cost fallacy. And that what is spent can be time, it can be money, it can be whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's gonna be fun. Alright, we'll back off a little bit here. Yep, nope, I see him. Backing off. Live a sub. Okay, he's dead. Run! Oh, Jesus Christ. That frost mage. Oh, that frost mage. Oh, that frost mage. Okay, hang on. Back off, back off, back off, back off. Exactly. That's exactly why people keep going back to WoW. Speaking of which, I can't wait to play more of Dragonflight later. We'll probably be doing that Wednesday at the current rate. That hurt. Let's do this.
It is an honor to serve you.
Good day.
Yes?
Anything. Jesus. Alright, Round 2. Over to work. I mean, I'm poking fun because the sunk cost fallacy does not affect me when it comes to WoW. But Crazy Norse is actually correct, joking aside. There are plenty of people who have specifically gone back to playing WoW, or actually every MMO. This goes back to EverQuest and Ultima Online, because they've already sunk so much time and effort into the game, and therefore, it has to be worthwhile. This is not a new concept. I remember a dude 12 years ago now who had this whole thing about how he refused to unsub from Ultima Online. Do you know why? Because back when he actually played Ultima Online, he went way out of his way to get a really nice house in a really good spot and get it all kitted out and everything and blah, 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 blah. And so he kept subbing to a game he wasn't playing because of sunk cost fallacy. That is sunk cost fallacy right there.
Greetings.
By his own admission, he would periodically, log in, appreciate the house, and then log out. That is sunk cost fallacy, like I said. Yeah, that's the other thing. You gotta make sure you don't lose the house. It's also a problem Lotro has. I have since lost my house in Lotro because, as I think I already mentioned, don't have it. This is one of many resurrecting bosses.
Return to dust.
What's in this chest, I wonder? Oh, weird. There's a heraldic scroll in here. Oh.
Hello.
I don't know why you people keep pestering me. Grays seems to have this place locked down nice and tight. Not that I couldn't have done the same. I've proven my valor in combat plenty of times.
I can tell.
Jaren's been acting strange lately. I can't imagine why he would call the town guards into the palace. If there's something wrong in there, I hope he doesn't expect me to handle it. Whoa, whoa. Radamant the Fallen, is it? I've fallen off many a bar stool. No one calls me Geglash the Fallen. I might go so far as to say, Geglash, you've fallen.
Approach and let's trade. From what you tell me, it would seem that Radamant was bent on the task of reviving his own mummified corpse with the flesh of the living. This is very unusual indeed. It takes an incredible magic power to alter the singular purpose of an undead mind. Perhaps there is a power at work here, which is beyond my ken.
Nah, it's fine.
Good day. You've killed Rodamund, eh? That's quite a nice piece of work. If you ever need a job as a mercenary, I'd be happy to sign you up.
Speaking of which, could you resurrect my mercenary, please? Notice it's already getting more and more expensive each time. We're already up to 1,000 gold per.
What you need? We ran into one of those old tomb guardians when I ran with my bandits. I know they aren't easy foes to face, so you sure have my respect. Have you told Atma yet?
But yeah, if any of these people sound familiar, it's because all of their voice actors have been doing Blizzard voice acting for a long time.
Good day. Little of what I am able to hear is of any value. But Rodamund's death, however, is news worth hearing. I'm sure Atma will be glad to hear of this.
Good day. As you have helped Atma and all of us, so shall I help you.
Oh god. Alright, so everybody, nausea warning, okay? Yura wants me to make everybody nauseated for a minute. So, nausea warning, nausea warning, nausea warning. Nausea warning.
Good day. Good job, mate. At night out on my ship, I was often awakened by that fiend's awful moaning. I'll bet I rest easier now.
Doubtful, von Falkenstein. Rothma was around several millennia ago. And he, yeah. Also, their names are spelled and pronounced differently, and they're from different parts of the map, so... Basically nothing to do with each other whatsoever. Boop. Okay, here we go. Najamot. Vomit everywhere. Okay, this is hard to look at. We're gonna look at it without our glasses. There we go, that's better. There we go. Oh, it's much better. Nausea, nausea, nausea. Yeah, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Oh, God. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you do. There's no way to do that in modern. Because, see, legacy video options perspective mode. It's only in legacy. Okay. So now that we're done with nausea, let's go check to see if there's a cat. Oh, I hope you've been enjoying Eon Dragon. Although, don't burn yourself out. Doesn't work out. Okay, so we've got some hams. Cap! It is 2,217 gold. Oh god, really, von Falkenstein? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's the other thing. Imagine playing the whole game, like this. Guess I can even find the button. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. D4 was originally a mobile game. That's not hyperbole. It was originally a mobile game. So... I mean, really, if you just add that sentence to everything about D4, it makes everything else make more sense. I'm not saying that to bash on D4. It's just everything about the development of it, about how the game is constructed, about how the game is designed, about how the interface works, and how the vantage point works, and how the control system works, and how the skill system works. All of it makes more sense if you just add, it was originally a mobile game in front of everything, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. To my knowledge, behind the scenes, the D4 engine is based on the DI engine, so yes. It is definitely not based on D3, which is funny, because it looks a lot like D3, but it's actually not based on D3, which is weird. Anyways, J. Palmer hasn't clarified why I'm looking at this, so we're just going to play like this now. Oh, Jesus, this is awful. Oh, yeah, wait, I can make this even worse. Oh, yeah. Nausea, nausea, nausea. Okay, we're done.
Ja, ik zal het niet gelijk.
They say that the taste of vengeance is bittersweet, but I find it to my liking. In addition to my undying gratitude, I have spoken on your behalf with the rest of the townspeople. The merchants have agreed to show their gratitude by offering their wares and services at lower rates. Oh, Jaren wants to see you too. You'll find him in front of the palace.
You'll notice even the quest design is a little more freeform in Act 2 than in Act 1. You can actually do a lot of the quests in Act 2 in a variety of orders. Rates are actually affected, yes, although I forget how much.
Good evening. Ah, the lost Horodric scroll. What a fortunate turn of events. As the last living Horodrim, I alone have knowledge of its meaning. Now, to read the Horodric runes it bears. The Horodric mages, after binding Baal within Tal Rasha, magically sealed off his burial chamber from the mortal realm. Those same mages also crafted fearsome Horodric staves and imbued them with the special power to open the chamber's hidden door. After nearly losing one to the thievery of a rogue sorcerer, they divided all the Horodric staves into two parts, wooden shaft and metal headpiece, hiding them separately to safeguard them. The Horodrim foresaw our current plight and designed the hiding places to reveal themselves to worthy heroes like you. Collect both parts of a Horodric staff and unite them using a Horodric cube. Then you may enter Tal Rasha's burial chamber.
Let's just get this out of the way really quick. The overarching quest of D2, that one, is almost assuredly going to be a negative. Possibly two. To story. Not to gameplay. We'll debate the gameplay side of that in a minute. Thank you, Wenlock. I will put that towards the Patchwalker and the Zelda block. Much obliged. Is there any mention of the Nephilim at all at this point? I don't remember. So the first time I ever encountered the Nephilim was in the books, when they started talking about Lilith and Inarius, both of whom are characters from the books. But I don't remember when the books came out relative to D2. I think they came out after, but that might just be my bias because I read them after, so... Could be wrong about that. Not sure. I mean, that sounds pretty weird because you've seen wallpaper before, right? It's like patterned. So you'd see like eagles just everywhere, just hundreds of eagles on the wall. That would be very strange.
Good evening. I have heard of your many deeds of skill and bravery. I feel I can trust you with something I have been hesitant to speak of. Drognin and I have concluded that the Dark Wanderer who passed through here recently was Diablo himself. Drognin believes that Diablo is searching the desert for the secret tomb where the great Horodric mage Tal Rasha keeps Baal imprisoned. You must find Diablo and put an end to the terrible evil that has fallen upon our city. Drognin is wise and is sure to have some helpful advice for you as to how Tal Rasha's tomb may be found. It may take you quite some time to find the tomb. May you be ready when you do.
Okay. So now we have two quests which are actually the same quest, but whatever. Sure. We're evening out. That's where we're at. Correct, loader. We'll talk more about the Nephilim later, because they have nothing to do with anything going on right now. And, you know, spoilers. So, out into the desert. Very recently, while I was working on something else, I was rewatching actually, Carbot's Diablo 2 videos, which obviously had several amusing things in them. But the one that struck me the most was one where they leave the town, and it's a top-down view. Oh, do you mind? I'm trying to talk here. Oh my god, there's a pop right here. Hang on, hang on. Give me a minute. I've got to fight an enemy that is innately lightning enchanted. We're getting the screws in early in Act 2. And the birds, which can fly off and not be targetable for a minute. You done? So it's a top-down view, which obviously we don't have. And it's like them rushing around the edge of the entire map looking for the path forward. And they go around the entire map, and then and right here, right next to the entrance, which is where the exit was. And if that sounds like an exaggeration, you have not played this game. Yes, if I haven't made it clear, the damn beetles are innately lightning enchanted. A lot of poison damage. Some of the enemies have very high avoidance, like the beetle swarm, or not the beetle swarms, the mosquito swarms. How many of you have ever been killed by a mercenary attacking a lightning enchanted creature while you're trying to recover? I think you're on crack, Yura. Fuck. There's no difference. Plus, I'm not being nauseated, so, you know, that's cool. Yeah, there's the... Why is that on? Listen, Yura, I understand. It's crack. It's wonderful. It's enjoyable. It makes everything better, right? So I understand completely. But maybe consider, like, not doing as much crack. Like, have you ever considered not being a crackhead? I just... Sorry. I ain't gaslighting nothing. You're just wrong, dude. I'm sorry. Or doodad, or whatever it is. I'm sorry. Dude is gender neutral. I will die on that hill. Call my sister Dude.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, that spear is ridiculous, but might actually be worth holding on to. By holding on to, I mean using. So that's a 1 to 27. This is a 9 to 15 with fire damage. Yeah, I think that's better.
I'll put that to good use.
Thanks. Thanks. I put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. Flag. Okay, so there's the flag. Yep, it's being a flag. Looks like flag. Yes, they do, Eon Dragon. We turn on perspective mode. Oh god, it actually shifted it. Oh god, it did shift it. Euro was right. Oh god. Okay, we're okay. Oof, we're okay. See, now I owe Euro like a Coke. Tell you what, I'll give you a lot of cocaine. How's that sound? Because that's your thing. Enjoy the cocaine that I give to you. Still lower than I'd like to be on that, so we're going to raise this a bit. That's a little better. Oh, and we're still playing catch-up. What level are we right now? We're level 14. So 18, 17... 16. So we have 2 points which we can spend to be optimal. So next level, we could spend a point, and then we have to sit on our points for several levels. No, you cannot, J. Palmer. This isn't D3. Well, we're just gonna ignore those, because those are not worth our time. Level cap in D2 is 99. You can give them gear, that does not count. It's like saying you can customize your companions in Tor. It's technically true. You know what's funny is I've heard resist poison. Yeah, I'll take that. I've heard many different strategies of what gear to put on companions in D3. Obviously, there's the big one that is part of every major build. Oh, that's 2 crystal swords. But regardless of that, I have heard many different strategies of how to, what to put on your minions and why to put it on your minions and all sorts of stuff like that. In D3. In D2, everyone's just like, I'm sure there's builds, I've just never heard of them. You just get the best stuff. Here, have the best stuff. Okay. Anything else you'd like? No. The best, please. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna sound as weird as I can about this question. Why would you not play like Lord of Destruction? Why would you not play with the expansion? Someone answer me that. I like that it's an option. It is an option in this version of the game we're playing. But why would you do that? Hello, Sakage. I don't think I didn't see this back here. Nostalgia. I mean, we've already talked about how I'm not a big nostalgia person, so that's whatever. Like, at least Warcraft 3, there's actually a practical reason to play Warcraft 3. In fact, it's kind of mandatory for the Warcraft 3 campaign. I don't care for Act 5 either, Black Vulcan. But I'd still play with, the expansion. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. Worthless. Terrible. Ugly. I'm always a bother. I'm always in the way. And I can never do anything right. Thank you, Sakage. Always appreciate the sub. I will put that down for dealer's choice. So, obviously I was unclear, Dr. Winter. If auditions are open, then auditions are open. I don't actually know what else to add to that. I have never done a thing where you can only audition for certain roles, and I never will. The kind of casting director I am. Water? Who needs water? Who needs water? Anyway, sorry, to answer your question in full totality, Andres de Berg. Or Andreas de Berg, excuse me. Or is it Andres? I'm actually not sure. And I'm terrible at everything, as we've already described. We are playing with the expansion toggled on. There it is. Get out of my inventory. Stupid crystal swords. We're up to 2 crystal swords. We haven't even gotten to the first, excuse me, the second real dungeon yet. Top post of the channel? You're gonna have to explain what you mean by that. What do you mean by that? What have I done wrong, Dr. Winter? What have I done wrong? I'll kill everyone until you answer me. Like these poor people here, they would have lived if not for you. So, crystal swords... I don't know exactly why this happens. I have my theories. But crystal swords drop more than anything else. Like, by a weird percentage. They're really, really common loot, to the point where it's kind of an in-joke of Diablo 2 players. It's like, hey, I got a crystal sword. Yeah, okay. Like, one of the first uniques I ever got in this game was Iswal's Blade, the Azurath, or whatever the hell it is. Because it was a crystal sword! So, paying attention to how many crystal swords we get is just kind of an amusing little thing as we're going here. No, actually, Jay Palmer. Of course, I don't have one on me, but we had a shield earlier, which is paladin only. There are necro-only things. Remember what else? But there's class-specific gear that you can never equip on another class. Got it. Hang on. I'm going to go delete that post right now, Dr. Winter. Because, and I don't mean to sound unkind here, but I sort of assumed that a random here's some of the roles I'm thinking about post, which was posted, hang on, in February, is not something that I needed to clarify. So that is now deleted, just to make it very clear. I will never again post something like that onto Winter, just for you. To explain a little bit. The whole idea was, while the story was still being formulated and while the script was still being designed, I wanted my actors to have an idea of what kind of roles would be available so they could be thinking about it in advance, rather than being like, okay, here's the roles, go! Right? I like my actors to have a little bit of time to decide what they want to play. So, I gave like a brief thing. Like I can tell you right now, in FF2, there's going to be Furion, Guy, Maria, Leon, Minwu, Hilda. I can never think. Joseph, Ricard, Layla, and Borgin, and Mateus. And all of those are locked in, right? Makes sense? So I can tell you right now about each of those characters, and then as I go through and actually write the script, I'll flesh out and add NPCs and other characters, and then that'll be the actual audition. So I hope you like Sandy Tomes, because... Tombs! Because there's several of them in this level, and by level I mean act. Oh, I was actually scripting FF2 in my head while I was driving yesterday, Dr. Winter, so it's a little fresh. Exactly, Gunpla. Yeah, you get it, you get it. So I apologize for the confusion, Dr. Winter. For real, joking aside for a sec, I apologize. So these tombs are very simple in overall construction. There's usually, like, they're cross-shaped. Like, almost all of them have this same format to them. They're kind of cross-shaped. So, find a section, you go a particular route, it's right, cool, it's wrong, you backtrack. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, sure, hang on, let me finish, because I think there's a spawner in here. Oh, hello, to your room. I'm getting a weirdly large number of runes. The game's like, here, I heard you had bad loot luck. So here's a bunch of runes you don't want. Thanks, game. Thanks. Okay, is that everything? Can I zoom in on the walls? Okay, so let's head back out here. Looks like they didn't do much with the walls in here like they did in Act 1. Because, like, we've got some neat little detailing and some wonderful design. That's actually some really good brickwork. But it's mostly the same as it was in the original. In fact, I think that's exactly the same as it was in the original. Just higher detail. Look at that. We've added a few cobwebs and some rocks and stones amongst the dirt. So it's obviously better. But... hang on. Going up here? Because, like, I was pointing it out as we went. In Act 1, they just straight up added details. Like, just changed what the walls were in several cases, which I was in favor of, I might add. Going up here? No. Of course, everything's green right now. Thank you, Oculus. As a reminder, you can put that towards up to 3 things of your choice. You can also make me die of coughing. That's up to you. So, we keep doing these little pseudo games for fun. Here's one for you. When will we get our first legendary in D3? I usually get one by Act 2 in D3, which we'll talk about when we get there. But when we get the first one will be an interesting... it'll be interesting to see. Back here. The crown. Yeah, I could see that. I've gotten that several times. So this is a spawner. Spawners are evil, and if I leave this spawner alone, you notice it has a nice big chunk of health, too. It can and will just fill this room with zombies. Spawner's bad, yo. Interesting, Von Falkenstein. That's a good question. I don't know, Letterallis. I don't know. I was gonna say, let's have a similar guess. When will we get the the Jade figurine in Act 3? But apparently, it's your first unique. I didn't know that, which shows what I know. I usually get it very soon, and that's probably why. Maybe about 7 or so, J. Palmer, give or take. Lots of, you know, jars. As we can see, it's still there in both versions. Funerary jars, probably containing organs, given how this tends to work. No real difference so far between the two, other than the obvious boost. Okay, Oculus. That's going towards God of War 5 and the Resident Evil block. You got it. Thank you. Well, the first thing I'd do is immediately move in with other people, Gum Gum, because I would be physically incapable of affording that rent. Second thing I'd do is destroy the entire world, because if that's where rent prices are at, then we need to etch-a-sketch this crap. One of my favorite things in D3, and I know this is weird because a lot of people actually hate this, but I love this, is when your damage numbers start abbreviating with just M. How much damage did you do? 3M. Nope, as in 3 million, Mr. Red. Million is kind of lowballing it, but that's the first time you really start to see that abbreviation thing. Oh, Jesus, this is actually pretty mean. Okay, hang on. Oh, God, live. Live. He lived. He died. Perfect. I believe the integer cap is how much damage you can do with a single hit in D3. Don't quote me on that, though. Oh, God, that would be insane, Reggie. Funny. Insane. Yeah, you can do a lot of hits in that game. Very quickly. D3 is definitely more of a spectacle game than D1 or 2. Part of what I like about it. It's also why most people hate it. Okay, those are terrible, but those aren't much better. We're still gonna go with it, though. Don't need lightning resistance that much in the desert. 2.1 billion? Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm probably wrong, though, because that actually sounds low. I need a lot. We may never know, Black Malkin. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of cold resist there. No, I agree. The viscerality is going to be through the roof in D3. Oh, we're going to hear about that one. Shoot. The game heard me. It's like, oh, I'll give you some loot. Here you go. Here you go. Have some loot. Just getting rings all over the place all of a sudden. I don't care about that. I mean, that might be where it's at, Mr. Red. In various ways, D3 is going to be a prototype for reviewing WoW, which, as we've already discussed, makes sense because there's a lot of cross-pollination between Diablo and Warcraft, and has been for a long time at this point. Are we sitting on skills, I think, at this point? 6, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yes, we are. Okay. Oh, I should repair really quick while I'm here. Mostly to WoW's benefit. WoW has benefited tremendously from the stuff that was invented in D2 and D3. I was talking about that with my brother-in-law yesterday. It's crazy how much D1 added to the industry. And by D1, I mean D2, because I misspoke. D1 actually didn't add all that much to the industry. That's the weird thing. D1 was mostly just a competent roguelike dungeon crawler, of which we had had several up to that point, historically speaking. D2 started really adding some stuff, in terms of design concepts and philosophy. No, I do not, J. Palmer. After the stream. So probably at about 11 a.m. EST, just like the Streaminations. Most likely. I can tell you when the announcement video goes live, 5 a.m. Reach the guy, there we go. I am, because I personally, professionally, think that D1 was not that influential of a game. It didn't add all that many design concepts to the industry as a whole. Most of everything that D1 did was stuff that had already been done. D2, as we discussed extensively Friday, did a whole bunch of new stuff, which became industry standard across multiple genres. Yeah, there's a reason D2 became the game that was patterned, not D1. I mean, I can name the obvious examples like Path of Exile or Torchlight or that Greek one I can never think of the name of, Titan something. Titan Quest, that's it. But the point is that all my people are dead. Why are all my people dead? But anyways. But no, you're not going to convince me on this. D2 is the influential one. D1 is the prototype, at best. Also, I spit on D1! Patooey! Because I guarantee you some idiot in the YouTube comments is going to be like, oh my god, you only think that because you don't like D1, and I'm secretly a gnome! Because apparently all of my viewers in YouTube who are idiots are actually gnomes. As I've already pointed out, for however harsh you think I was about D1, that game was better than I thought it was. Look at that, what you will. Let's see. Yeah. What am I doing? This. Skeletor is ready for action. I can't even do that with a straight face. Oh, oh, and then, of course, my werewolf pops out. There we go. Oh, God. Oh, God, we got resurrectors. We got resurrectors. I will say this. D1 did do something important. That is to say something... I don't want to say unique, because obviously there was a game on the Game Boy that actually predates it. But it was one of the earlier ARPGs. Real time. Total real time. No pseudo turn-based, no... what do they call it? Micro-turns, whatever the proper term is for that. I don't know how Mosquito is off the top of my head, but clearly, I am the voice actor for Mosquito. Well, micro-turns is my own term. I don't know what it's talking about. Yes, Seiken Densetsu 1, a.k.a. Final Fantasy Adventure, is, to my knowledge, one of the very first ARPGs. Still not the first, because Ys predates it. But the original Ys games are rough. Still, they probably actually invented the ARPG concept. I mean, it would take Final Fantasy until the SNES era to catch up to being close to that. They decided to invent their own system, the ATB system, which was literally designed to be a hybrid of turn-based and action. Active time battle, that's what it calls for. Anyways, what am I doing? What am I doing? Get out of my inventory. There we go. I just answered that twice, Trihex here. Hang on, I need someone to go bury Talia Zed in donuts. Yeah, just bury her. Just completely flummock her with donuts. Yes, thanks. Cool.
Stay a while and listen.
Good evening.
Actually, it does. It changes my damage. The only thing the transformation really does, other than it restricts some of my ability usage, is it's a buff. Think of the transformation as a buff. In fact, it's really easy to think of it that way, because if you look at it, it literally just says, increases your life, stamina, attack rating, and attack speed. You'll notice none of those have anything to do with my damage. It's just a buff. I shouldn't say just, it's a good buff, but you get my point. Thank you, SDR. As a reminder, you can put that towards up to 2 additional things, if you want to. Much obliged. Does my gear affect me? I feel like I literally just answered this question, so to reiterate, yes, your gear is your stats. Your stats are just being affected by a buff when you're in shapeshifted form. To put this into very, very simple terminology and format, imagine that if instead of turning into a werewolf, all it does is there's this little sparkle over your head. And there you go. That's it. That's all it is. It's a buff. What do we got here? 32, fire resist. Garbage. Get out of my inventory. I spit on you. Patooey! You're worse than Diablo 1! The worst game ever made. You can tell that because, like, it only scored a -15. Okay, -15 is actually pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie to you. But we have scored so many worse games than that. Oh my god.
Greetings.
Do I have a favorite D2 class? Necro. No question, no hesitation. Necro. I was gonna do something else in town. Oh, no. Okay, right, I already did that. Summoner Necro, by the way, specifically. I found a Herodric Cube. I just gained a combination of an irritation, because I now have a permanent inventory being taken up by this Herodric, but I also technically gained back 8 additional inventory slots if I bother, which I'm probably not going to. It is percentage-based. Right there, you can see attacks rating plus 125%, attack speed plus 48%. Most stuff in D2 is percentage-based. Like, even that's cold resist plus 6%, and that's it at the moment, but 25% defense, 17% hit recovery. It's mostly defense. There are flat stats, of course, but most flat stat stuff tends to be a little bit rarer. So yeah, this is a quest item, which is just now getting a permanent inventory slot. So we're gonna accommodate that. There we go. It absolutely can, Dream Whisperer. It's designed to, even.
You have quite a treasure there in that Horodric cube. According to Horodric lore, the cube can restore a Horodric staff. To do it,
and a few other
the
things.
Cube as you would a scroll. When the cube opens, place both pieces of the staff into it and use the cube's transmute power. You'll be pleased to know that the cube has other alchemical uses as well. 6 gems plus 1 sword transmute into a socketed longsword. You may also transmute 2 quivers of crossbow bolts into 1 quiver of arrows, while 2 quivers of arrows yield 1 quiver of bolts. I must leave it to you to discover other formulae.
Negative to gameplay. Unquestioning. Info in-game. We have a category for it and everything. Notice that what I would consider one of the most important recipes, upgrading gems, is not even mentioned. I remember the message board days of people just going through and throwing random things in trying to find recipes. Just by effectively mass... what do you call that? Mass efforts, you know, in bulk, trying to discover how the hell the damn cube works. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, there's actually, this is the really funny part, there's a ton of recipes. I'm not even talking about that, like, the repeat recipes, like each gem recipe is technically... No, there's just, like, the gem repeat recipes. But there's just so much stuff you can do with this cube. Good luck knowing any of it. Negative to gameplay. Oh my god. Here's item, here we go. No, Frisco born. I tried to stay away from eBay even back in the day, which is funny, because nowadays I have flat out banned eBay. Do I think there's still stuff not known about it? No. D2, so... I mentioned how modular D2 is. Well, those early days were quickly supplanted by people just ripping apart the code and reading the recipes directly. Because D2 is a very modular game. So, no. We've literally seen the recipes in the programming. We know all of them. Aww. Well, thank you, 10-Headed Hydra. For 4 years of support, and for 10 years of presence. Someday, I swear, I shouldn't say that. Someday, I hope, have the blue hair again. Someday. But for now, I will put that anniversary sub towards Overlord. You got it. Much appreciate. Thank you. Hopefully the streams have gotten better, at least. I'd like to think I've gotten to be a better streamer over the years, you know, the whole practice thing, get better thing. I don't know. What am I doing? I'm going this way. I'm going the wrong way. No sleeping with bleaching hair. Only did that once. That hair, left my body, I think is how I'm going to phrase that. It's okay, my hair grows fast, so it came back pretty quick. But still, that hair fell right out. Okay, looking at the map for a second. Looks like we already swept up there. Really, Black Vulcan? I suppose I shouldn't sound surprised by that. I know that one of their stated goals when they were developing the remaster was they wanted to push Endgame a bit more. And, I mean, rune words are in many ways Endgame, so yeah, no, that tracks. Probably Frisco born. Maybe not, I don't know. I'm not a hairologist. Yeah, I think that's it down here. Oh, kidding me. Ugh. You know what's funny? Info in game is a negative I've given to many games at this point in my career. Usually because I tend to review games that came out 30 years ago. But even ignoring old, out-of-date stuff, one of the things I find funny is a lot of games will put the info in the game, but in, like, a terrible way, you know? Like, there's this one NPC who you can pay money to, and they will randomly give you a bit of information, and of the giant pool of information they could give you, one of the things might be something you actually need, right? And, just gonna go ahead and get my opinion out there. That's not info in game, that's irritating. Hi, Ginger Ninja. Oh god! Oh god! Why would you do this to me, Ginger Ninja? Okay, okay, we're okay, we're okay. Ginger Ninja's assassination attempt has failed. For the moment. Oh geez, the lightnings. I'm already seeing the lightnings. We're not even gonna deal with it. Oh god, no! No! No, 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 no. Okay, 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 we're okay, we're okay. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oh god, there's the frickin' bees. Oh god, they're boss bees. Oh god. Okay, okay, you know what, let's just do this. Thank you very much, Ginger Ninja. If you know up to 3 things you'd like to put those towards, please let me know. Thank you. Yeah, no kidding, Era. Jesus. I shouldn't even call them bees. They're actually mosquitoes, which is much worse. You got it. Dishonored 2. Firewatch. Dragon Age block. Yeah, here, let me show you this really quick. Let's warp back to hell over here. So you see those things? Look at how different they look. I mean, it's almost the spider problem. They just look like plain old beetles here, but here, look at those things. Jesus. Okay, so let's... I'm gonna hang back for a minute. Don't mind me. Yep, yep, yep. Just trying to dodge lightning. You know how it is. Okay. See, if you're going full Poison Nova build, these things are nothing. Poison Nova, sit there for a few seconds. Ugh. Yeah, no, this is D2. This probably looks a little more familiar. Okay, that's actually hurt my eyes a little bit, so we're back to smoothness. Smooth, smooth. I love the little wisps of wind you can see periodically. Bits of sand kicking up now and again. There's a lot of little details. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. You know, you say that, Prisco Born, but you're wrong. I mean, I shouldn't say that, sorry. It hurt my eyes back in the day. I've always had sensitive eyes. I mean, I've been wearing glasses since I was in high school. I don't know about anybody else, but I actually remember not being able to play D2 for too long a period of time because of this problem, of the stutter problem. What was it, 25 FPS, I think? Something like that. Okay, so yeah, you'll notice we haven't actually entered the realm of hell yet, and there's a reason for that. So let's get prepped for this. Because this can go extremely badly, extremely quickly.
Good day.
Greetings.
Good day.
I should probably buy a few more. That's probably going to be worth my time. Okay. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to oust myself as a moron for admitting I used to have headaches. Charms as a negative? No, I don't think charms are actually a negative. I know that sounds strange, but this is the kind of gameplay design I'm actually in favor of. You can gain some additional stats in exchange for less inventory space. It's cost-benefit, right? Unlike, say, the Herodric Cube, which is just an irritant, or even, honestly, the Scroll of Town Portal, which is also just kind of a inventory tax. Yeah, the inventory space is the problem here, and the way they don't really do much with it. Not the charms. Our resistances at the moment are 11, 20, 9, and 0. We have 0 poison resist. This is great. This is going to be wonderful. I'm looking forward to this. We're going to boost this by 10 for no reason. There we go. Okay. I mean, I guess you can stash it. That's fair. We'll go ahead and stash the cube for the time being. Get out of here. Get out of here. Nobody likes you. Whoops. Yeah. That's fine. Right, right. Cool. Okay. Yeah, so, we'll talk about that when we get there. I need to go this way.
Ask and learn.
Not that I'm aware of, Dakota. Like, I don't see any button for that. Okay, he's here. Okay. Grab the skill shrine. Well, what's doubly funny, Frisco-born, at least for me personally, is there are individual little details that I tend to forget until something reminds me, and I'm like, oh god! And it just swarms back, right? Anyway, so this might be the worst goddamn dungeon in the entire game. I'm not actually speaking hyperbolically. This dungeon... So it's very, very tight, narrow corridors. Very easy to get stuck in. Very aggravating for multiple different builds. It's actually one of the better... I'm saying that wrong. One of the better classes for this is straight melee. Like we are currently playing. Go figure. Yeah, exactly. This is a great place to be a barbarian. If you have successfully gotten to the point of having teleport, you might have an easier time here. But yeah, just straight up getting stuck in is actually one of the better strategies here. Mostly because the enemies have the same limitation. You do. But yeah, some of you may or may not remember me telling you that this is only the second time I've played through D2 single player. So doing this with a party, often a relatively large party, usually sucks. Whoops, I've set the wrong button. Back off a bit here, actually. Yeah, this dungeon... Ugh. What's my opinion of Pillars of Eternity? And by Pillars of Eternity, I of course mean Path of Exile. Because they both share the same acronym, and I constantly get them confused, even though they have nothing to do with each other. Well, so let me start with the bombshell. I don't like Path of Exile. Okay, now, everybody who heard that and immediately Alt-F4'd out of blind vitriolic rage, well, you're gone, so I can't say anything to you. But let's just say that that's exactly what I was expecting. But for those of you who are still here, Path of Exile felt like... It's literally talked about this just yesterday. Path of Exile felt like... You want more D2, right? Here's more D2. Like, I'm not even going to get into the financial method. I'm not going to get into the way the game keeps itself afloat or how the developers operate or anything like that. Because all I'm interested in is the game here. And so how is the game? Wasn't very impressed. At the time I played, I've been told this has been improved a little bit. The story, if you could call it that, was essentially non-existent. And the quest flow, if you could call it that, was also essentially non-existent. It felt a lot like, like, here's a bunch of random dungeon crawls with no actual meat content on top of that. Hey, that's actually really lucky. We're going to take that, because screw this dungeon. Like, imagine if the majority of D2 is literally just the random side dungeons. And that's Path of Exile. Now, again, being a little facetious there, but only a little. And again, I'm told they've since fixed a little bit of that. Yeah, we actually just had a straight-up empty chest. Those of you not aware, you can get a no roll for loot, where just nothing drops. So that's cool. That's true for enemies, too, obviously. A lot of enemies just drop nothing. I'm getting off topic. Going down the list, other than the lack of content problem, which I already mentioned, I didn't like the leveling system in Path of Exile. I had two major problems with it. The first is it had a little bit of the wiki syndrome. What's your build? Well, hang on, let me go Google it. Not exactly the only game with that problem, but it's something I tend to dislike in general. We were literally just talking about that with regards to the Horonja Cube, right? But the other thing I don't like about it is it's kind of it's the FF10 problem, right? Every increase in power, with a couple of exceptions, is usually a minor increase in power. So you kind of crawl your way up in overall strength, and it never feels like you're getting stronger, because each of your boosts in relative power is so small, you barely notice the difference. Right? Also, you take a long frickin' time to actually get to the point where you have your build, which is another problem straight out of D2. Like, we're not even actually a werewolf build right now. We don't have literally half of the abilities we will need to have a werewolf build. We won't possibly the entire game. Like, we have to get into the higher difficulties to really start getting the levels necessary. And that's actually it. I don't really have much against Path of Exile. It's not a game I spit venom at. It just wasn't my thing. What do we level? Two more levels, then we'll care. So anyways, this dungeon is probably our first dungeon that's getting a definitive negative. Narrow corridors, irritating enemies, low visibility. Yeah, by the way, one of the most common enemy types in here is the frickin' beetles. This is just being mean at this point. There's no dodging that lightning crap here. All you do is just take it on the teeth. Just... yeah. But anyways, Path of Exile is forbidden. It's executive vetoed. I just have no interest. And I don't even know what a review of that game would even involve, so we're never streaming it. Which means I will forever remain ignorant of how incredible and awesome of a game it really is. True enough, Beyond Dragon. I love the idea of just taking this on the teeth. Just imagine lightning shooting through your teeth. Just picture that sensation for a minute. Just feel it. Ironically, I'm really not a big fan of Pillars of Eternity 1, and I much prefer Pillars of Eternity 2. Now, the reason I find that so funny is I have since discovered that the common public discourse is that PoE 2 sucks, and PoE 1 is the vastly superior game. So apparently I just don't know anything. Oh yeah, by the way, this level sucks, playing as a minion master of any type. Trust me, I mained a Necro. I should probably elaborate why I didn't like PoE 1. And it's all because of... I can just define it all by a single word. Gameplay. PoE 1 didn't have a lot going for it in terms of choices gameplay, which is where a lot of the gameplay of those type of games really is supposed to shine. Like, even Planescape Torment has good choices gameplay, right? PoE 1's choices gameplay wasn't great, and its combat was so bad that I say, without hyperbole, that if PoE 1 had no combat in it, it would be a better game.
I am overburdened.
Now, the reason I mentioned that gameplay thing is I imagine most people who like PoE 1 are talking about the story, because a trend I've noticed many, many times over the years is most people, when they talk about how good or bad an RPG is, are not talking about the gameplay at all. They're not even mentioning the gameplay. In fact, most of the time when I point out issues I have with the gameplay of an RPG, most people agree with me. And then they just say, but I love the story. And I get it, I do. I'm not trying to sound derogatory. It's just, it's a common trend I've noticed. So, to be clear, pretty much all of my issues with PoE 1 are the gameplay. Why are... oh, that's why. Yeah, there are RPGs with good gameplay. I should know, I've played them. Even reviewed several of them. Not a common thing, though. Did I already... I did, okay. We've got a little bit of money. Let's go hit Geed. I mean, Elzix.
Hello.
That's the wrong button. Which one, Chakota? Either way, hit me. Spiked shields can be good, but we already have a decent spiked shield. Oh, okay. I'll look at it during the lunch break then. Ooh. That's expensive as hell. Oh god, inventory in PoE 1. Yeah, like I said, problem with PoE 1, gameplay. I look forward to playing Baldur's Gate 3 someday and seeing how they manage the gameplay axis, because the gameplay of DOS 2 was one of the things I was most impressed by it. Don't mistake me, I like the story of DOS 2, but the gameplay is why I fell in love with that game. Honestly, I'm just gonna pass. I think we're good. Oh wait, hang on, did I ever give you a helmet? You do have a helmet. Fancy. Can we get it? No. Crystal Sword doesn't count. Let's do one Trident. One gamble. That's not bad, actually, for a mercenary. That's, better damage. And, of course, a little bit of lifesteal. By all means, sir. It's a two-hander. I mean, I guess we could. It's just, It's a spear, Black Malkin. Spears are for the first. I have this mentality, admittedly, of spears equal mercs, so I tend to never use a spear unless, I get a really good one. And then another really good one. Like, that's actually still worse than my current one, really. And this one has the attack rating. So. Listen, nobody plays Spirazon. Everybody's a bower. As the saying goes. Ugh. Besides, I don't get the aesthetic thing of being a spear because I'm just a wolf. I'm gonna laugh at that spear we literally just picked up. Is actually really good. In fact, let's just go found, right? Let's just do it. Is this a good spear? We just got.
Stay a while and listen.
Actually, it's not bad. What's that? Ooh. You have the strength for that? You do. Here, have some much better armor.
I'll put that to good
use. Oh, yeah.
Greetings.
I don't think I've played the Minotaur series. Although we're going to be playing Dawn of War in probably about a week. Week or two. No, actually, J. Palmer. If your mercenary dies, you have to res them to get your gear off of them. I've run into that problem. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Anyways, I'm gonna go and give the negative for this dungeon now before I forget. Freaking maggot hole. Well, we're playing Dawn of War 1, and then its expansions, and then we're playing Dawn of War 2, and then we're playing Total War Warhammer 3. It's all on the website. You can also type !game. You can also type !next into chat, and you'll get a link directly to the upcoming schedule. Wow, J. Palmer, that's kind of dark, man. Are you secretly evil? Oh yeah, we're not playing Dawn of War 3. So am I enjoying... Oh, Jesus. Am I enjoying Druid? I mean, no. It's kind of like playing an Amazon, but with less to do. At this rate, we're probably going to go ahead and swap builds. I imagine probably around Act 3, I would say, at the rate we're going. One act swap there. Yep. Hang on, I gotta slog through a bunch of stuff here. While eternally poisoned. Oh my god, give me a minute! Give me a minute! Holy crap! Okay, this is definitely gross. My minion just killed the boss while I was dealing with the ads. You can also completely skip that boss. You can just grab the item. Fine, J. Palmer, it's fine. We're good, we're good. Everything's cool. There's the Staff of Kings, which... There we go. Let's do that. Looks like that was... Yeah, okay. Hi! Good job, team.
The Staff of Kings! You astound me, my friend. You have discovered the shaft portion of a Herodric staff. I trust you know how to use a Herodric cube to unite the shaft with its headpiece.
I believe you, Reggie. That room can get very bad.
How may I help you?
Because there's usually spawners in there. And those spawners usually suck. I don't know. Got a gold sink for later. This is no Doom, and I mean, this is way before the extremely complex gameplay design of Doom Europe. They couldn't possibly figure out how to code that. Those, yeah. Get rid of this for the time being. Okay. What is it with people and sex jokes?
Welcome to my shop.
My goodness. One of these days I'll understand that. Not today. Okay, so... See, that would explain it, Talia. Yeah, you can actually wield the Staff of... I forget which playthrough it was. Here, let me pull that out again really quick. One of my playthroughs, I actually used this. So, increased attack speed, all resistances plus 10, plus damage to the... This was actually a better weapon than whatever... In fact, actually, no. That's close to being better than what we have, but... Whatever playthrough it was, this was my best weapon, was the frickin' Herodric... Or the Staff of Kings. Not the Herodric Staff, which was worse in every way. I don't know if that's random or not. It was odd. But now we gotta go find even more stuff. Out in the desert. You'll notice there's almost no direction for this. Again, I'm not complaining, that's by design. It's just, go out into the desert and search. There's also less optional dungeons than in Act 1, I'm pretty sure. I shouldn't say that. By memory, there are less optional dungeons in Act 2 than in Act 1. Sorry. Oh, I didn't realize that was a question, Dakota. My apologies. Possibly? It might be easier at that point to essentially design the background myself, custom. But I could, you know, I could base it. I could base it off the FF7 thing. And considering we're probably going to go ahead and use portraits for the FFs and possibly everything, like Star Wars and Star Trek, probably a good idea in general. Okay, so back to the desert. Go refill our stamina here. There we go. I know some people... Oh, we've gotten really good zone luck for the desert. You can get lost in the desert in Act 2 for quite a while. Like... Ah, there we go. Yep. So you like visibility problems, right? Well, what's funny is it's actually brighter in the original. This is pretty dark, honestly. So, ask Drognin about the strange darkness. Yeah, sure, we can do that. Oh, you know, that's a good point, Black Malkin. So, let me rephrase my statement. At the point at which you're randomly searching the desert, there's less optional dungeons. And then you get to the part where you can literally physically only reach it by having figured out where you're going. And then there's more, all of a sudden. Yeah. The point I was trying to reach, which I'm still correct about, thankfully, is that even though you're just kind of randomly roaming the desert looking for stuff, there's not a lot of punishing things. You know, there's not a lot of, oh, you found a dead end for no reason, screw you. Instead, pretty much everywhere you find is going to be at least useful in the desert, which is the point. Encouraging exploration and all that. There it is. That's actually really lucky. I'll take it. Diablo 1 speedrun? Friday. Or no, that was Thursday, wasn't it? My bad. Thursday. Last Thursday, obviously.
Greetings.
Good to see you.
Do a little quick inventory management. Nope. Yeah, sorry, you missed it. Why do you think we're playing D2 now? We're playing D3 next. So, Drognin.
I've been researching this lengthy eclipse, and I believe it to be the work of claw vipers. Find their temple beneath the desert sands, and you may find the source of this curse.
Interesting. Speedrun. Cheating our balls off and still getting stun-locked to death. Speedrun.
Good morning. Drogman the wizard will have some idea as to what is happening.
Well, what about the 7 tombs? Tombs.
I've heard legends of the Tomb of Tal Rasha, but I thought they were just old tales meant to scare young children.
Yes, stunlock assist. Abuses stunlock to save time.
Drognan may have some advice on this matter. I think I'll speak with him myself. Diablo nears his goal. We have little time to lose. Remember, my friend, that Andariel gave herself willingly to Diablo's cause. It would be prudent to assume that the other evils will attempt to aid their master as well.
This unnatural nightfall is no doubt caused by evil sorcery. Drognan might know what we are dealing with. Legend has it that Tal Rasha lies imprisoned within his tomb, forever struggling to keep the Lord of Destruction bound. His was a selfless act, although perhaps foolhardy.
Perhaps.
Good evening. Claw vipers. This outer darkness mirrors the inner blackness of their souls. It is they who have eclipsed the sun, I'll wager. They are a venomous band. When Tal Rasha chose to embody the spirit of Baal, he knew his doom was to wrestle eternally against the will of the greater evil. Look around you and ask yourself, has the battle been won or lost?
A common theme in these games. That's okay, I can fight evil. I've got it. I'm gonna jam this crystal into my forehead. There we go, we're good.
Good day. 2 men arrived late last night bearing a story about evil magic. They said they saw a gathering of giant snake creatures performing some arcane ritual. They sound like the serpent men of the desert.
I know, Catabo. It's actually kind of just, ugh.
So, you're going to search for the 7 tombs, huh? Don't you know that they're just desert legends, passed between merchants and travelers? No one really believes that they exist.
Funnily enough, we never actually find them legit anyways. We get teleported right there.
Yes, citizen. This midday darkness reeks of foul magic. My men and I are trying to keep the peace, but this kind of thing really scares people. If you're going into the deep desert, why not hire a few of my men to watch your back?
If you let me hire multiple mercenaries, I would do it in a heartbeat. That's it. I'm gonna take this black and red USB and stab it right into my forehead. Ugh. Okay. I will contain the evil of this USB within me for all eternity. Yeah, one of each, Merc? That would be pretty legit. No, it's okay, J. Palmer. It's okay. I got this. I can contain this. What's funny is that's actually my boot USB. Simple. That's also my BIOS flasher. So I have just flashed myself with a new BIOS, and now I can boot Windows 10. Yeah, that's the funny thing. You might think being able to have all the mercenaries would be overpowered. In which case, you're not thinking about how expensive that's going to be to maintain. Ignoring the fact that you're going to want to keep them geared, obviously. Every time you have a TPK or they wipe, you're just going to be throwing gold. Like, alright, hang on. Yep, bring her back, bring him back, bring him back. Okay. Yeah, not having to jump through as many hoops to get stuff working, Europe. So, what's the relation of the guy in the cell? Of course, you're referring to Marius. Marius, and the story he's telling, is from after Act 4, but before Act 5. That's the timeline. So we're not there yet. We're in Act 2 right now. Him being thrown into the insane asylum hasn't happened yet. However, the story he's narrating, obviously Marius was here for some of these events, so Marius is ahead of us and has already gone through the desert before we got here. I refuse to make the jump to Windows 11 until I have a very, very, very good reason for it. And let me tell you, I super do not. Some of you may remember, the only reason I finally pulled the trigger on Windows 10 is we started running into games that literally mandatorily required Windows 10 to stream. And I was like, alright, well, that's my job, so we're gonna officially pull that trigger. That sucked. Like, I only hopped onto Windows 10 about a year and a half ago. I'm pretty recent. Yeah, ironically, if not for the thing I just mentioned, Windows 7 would actually still be the best thing for me. And I would still be using it. I actually agree. Windows 7 is the best OS I've ever used. Still. More like cell conversation, and then... Oh no, I see what you mean, Pillars of Snow. Yes, forgive me. Yes, the flashback is first chronologically. Then the game, up to Act 4, and then the cell conversation. The cell conversation terminates after Act 4, and then everything just catches up and we just do Act 5. Ironically, I would say Windows XP is my second favorite OS of all time. It is still a fairly solid OS, depending on what you need out of it. I mean, I know businesses and professionals who still use XP because it's still a very solid, reliable OS. Hey, Gold Tech, give me one moment, please. Don't make me make the pausing the game joke again. I've already done that. Yeah, XP was stable, which is funny for a Windows OS. But it's true. XP was very stable. Stability is pretty useful for a lot of people, myself included. What I was thinking about doing for a while there was either dual booting or, more likely, just setting up a second box. And having the second box be the Windows 10 box, and it's there for Windows 10 stuff, and then just operate everything primarily off of the Windows 7 box. Probably thinking, why didn't you do that? Well, very, very mundane reasons got in the way of that. Physical space and heat generation being the two big ones. I don't have a lot of room in my room here. I am very crammed in here. The hair shaving joke. It's not even a joke. It's just my hair was getting shaved. So, literally, very little space. So I have nowhere to put it. I have nowhere to put a second box. And it also gets very hot in here between the monitors and the giant machine and the lighting. So adding more heat to that is not something I'm a big fan of. Thank you, Gold Tech. Give me a moment. I will say good morning to Noctis. I mean, the suit is technically optional, as much as I prefer and enjoy having a bit of a professional look. It is still ultimately something I could lose if I had to. But even if I lose the suit, typing while talking. Even if I lose the suit, it's still going to be pretty hot in here because it gets very warm in the summers here. And, anybody who knows me knows, I actually have heat intolerance. What I mean by that is, most people that I know are comfortable around 70-ish. I'm comfortable, yeah, I thought I heard that. I'm comfortable closer to about 60-ish. 70 is a bit too warm for me. Delicious Trihexia. Let's hear Geralt right now. How do you like that poison? Instead of silver. At least it's better than where I lived previous to now, where in addition to the heat, we had the humidity. Which is the only thing that's worse than heat. Oh man, I would actually stream in a Varia suit if I had one. Like a functioning Varia suit. Everyone would be like, nice cosplay, and I'd be like, yeah. Cosplay. Oh, absolutely, Colgan. No question. Being able to swap on the fly is not just cool, it's impressive. Yes, I know how they did it. It's still impressive. Do you know how many games offer the ability to swap graphics like that on the fly? Because I can think of 3. Counting this one. Oh, that'd be awesome to have. So, I bet most of you can name one of the other ones. Right now. Right off the top of your head. Because, yeah, Halo. Warcraft 3 Reforged did not have that? Question mark? Games that allow you to swap between graphics like this. Now, granted, I asked that vaguely because the only third game I could come up with isn't a remaster at all. It's just a game that allows you to swap between graphics at will. And that game is Mega Man DOS. Points if you have any idea what I'm talking about. So, I'm making a joke here. Mega Man DOS and Mega Man 3 DOS, there is no Mega Man 2 DOS, are not ports. They're not remasters, not anything. They're actually literally just new games that suck, that turbo suck, on the PC. There was this one guy, yes, one dude, who was like, hey, I'd love to make a Mega Man game. So he did it in his spare time. And then sent it to Capcom, and Capcom was like, yeah, sure, we'll officially endorse this. And sell it as an actual Mega Man game. But in that game, they have... Oh god, what is it? It's I don't remember the modes. Does anyone remember? It was like LGA and then... Yeah, not it. God, what was it called? Old DOS games had different ways of rendering not text. The opposite of text, graphics. They had different ways of rendering that stuff. And the Mega Man DOS had the option to swap between them on the fly, and oh my god, it looks so terrible. CGA, EGA, and VGA, that sounds right. It sounds weird because VGA is just the plug, but whatever. Either way, I'm mostly joking with that. That's not a valid answer for a game that allows you to swap on the fly. I'm sure there's other games. I just can't think of any off the top of my head. Now, someone mentioned StarCraft Remastered, and as we proved, StarCraft Remastered does have a switch, although you have to pause the game, enter the menu, and hit a toggle in order to activate it. And I'm not sure if that actually qualifies. It's not the same as this, you know? It's frankly not as impressive at all. Being able to just swap on the fly in mid-combat, that's something else.
Ah, yes. The sun warms the world once more.
Still, the irritation of having to go into the menu to do it means StarCraft Remastered will probably not get that same positive. telling you that right now.
Good day. You did well in destroying the Claw Vipers. We are all glad to see the sun return to its former glory. I've been researching the old records, trying to find the location of Tal Rasha's tomb. Though I haven't found the tomb itself, I may have a good lead for you. The great Vigerai summoner, Horizon, built his arcane sanctuary somewhere around here. He was a powerful spellcaster and kept demons as slaves within the sanctuary. He kept a close eye on great events too, such as the imprisonment of Baal within Tal Rasha's tomb. If you could find Horizon's sanctuary, I'm sure that it would hold some clue as to the tomb's location. Though I doubt Horizon is still alive, you must proceed with caution. There's no telling what could be waiting inside. When I spoke of this with Lord Jaren, he asked that I send you to him. Perhaps he knows of a secret entrance or the like.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Viper amulet you bear is actually the headpiece of a Horodric staff. Yes, you have an uncanny knack for finding rare and valuable artifacts. Of course, you'll have to use a Horodric cube to combine the headpiece with the shaft.
Yeah, later. Loot! That's all we play this game for. What do we got? Gabbage! Look at all this gabbage. Necromancer only. There's an example. Yeah. Act 2 is probably one of the better constructed acts overall. Which is funny, because it has a lot of problems with it. Speaking of which. Not for one more level to go to. Act 4. We'll get to Act 4.
How may I help you?
Oh, whoops.
Greetings.
Try that again. Oh yeah, there's the guy I keep forgetting to talk to because I keep forgetting he even exists.
Good day. Oh, I'd go with you to those tombs, but, I don't like all that living dead stuff.
I mean, Act 4 literally has 3 NPCs in it, so... Kinda... Yeah.
Good day.
I think we're going to use that for a bit. At least for a bit.
Excellent. You have a Horodric staff. Carry it with you into Tal Rasha's tomb. Find within the tomb the chamber whose floor is inset with the circle of 7 symbols. Place the staff into the receptacle you find there. That will open the secret passage into Tal Rasha's burial chamber. But be prepared for a fight. You'll likely have to kill Tal Rasha to destroy Baal.
Hi, Dilson. I have talked about the player's command and how it doesn't work in this version of the game.
Hello.
Stay out of trouble.
When the troubles began here, I allowed the terrified harem guilds to join me within the safety of the palace. All was fine until one night. Screams echoed up the stairwells from the harem. My guards arrived to find the poor girls being slaughtered by a merciless band of hell-spawned demons. My brave guardsmen tried to push the demons back into the mysterious rift from which they came. Ever since, my men have fought a losing battle. Demons have continued to pour through the rift into the palace. Ultimately, I hired Grays and his mercenaries to help protect the rest of my fair city. Drognan believes that the arcane sanctuary lies buried underneath this palace, since Lut-Gholein occupies the site of an ancient Viserai fortress. My palace is open to you now. Take care.
Yeah, I love that implication there, by the way. If we weren't sufficiently in a hurry, all these people would be dead. Like, they would just pour out from the palace and that'd be game. And yeah, it only works in offline mode, doesn't it? We tested that earlier. So, I don't know why, but this is one of my least favorite dungeons in Act 2. Is the harem. You're probably thinking, it's just because you're, a prude or whatever. But no. It's just, I don't know, something about it's really frustrating and irritating to navigate. There's a lot of doors. It's very flashy looking, and we also tend to encounter some irritating enemy types in here. We haven't actually encountered the really irritating enemy types yet. I'll point them out when they show up. It's certainly got the flashy paint thing going on, although it is, as usual, far too dark. Oh my goodness, I think we're falling behind the loot line a little bit again. We were doing okay there for a minute. Oh, I also don't like the song, that's the other reason. Lots of corpses and pillows. Gotta have pillows. It's not even a harem if you don't have pillows. They did not, J. Palmer. What they did have was the ability to irritate the crap out of you by spamming abilities over and over, ranged abilities, and then running away from you. Like a dick. Come on. It hurts my ears, Yura. The singing, specifically. So I tend to avoid it whenever I can. It's well designed, and it's certainly actually inspired by the area in question, which I shouldn't have to praise, but it's rarer than you'd think. In fact, off the top of my head, I can only think of two major labels that have ever bothered to make music that is actually designed to be based off of, foreign areas. And that's Nintendo and Blizzard, which is just a weird combo, but there we are.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, right. That makes sense. But yeah, Koji Kondo, for example, actually does a weirdly large amount of research into different instrumentation and styles of music when making music. It's pretty impressive, if I'm being honest. Okay, we'll have a much more vague music in just a bit here. Oh my goodness. All the way back here. I've actually seen that Noctis. It's actually the only videos of his I've ever really watched. He did a decent analysis, though. Stuff like that is one of the reasons why I always call myself a surface-level analyzer. Despite people's acting weird whenever I mention that. Because real in-depth analyses is when you spend 30 minutes talking about one song. Or one scene. Or one boss fight. Me, I don't usually go that far in depth. So these are the irritating enemies. Not the mages. No, no, no. The jackasses. They just innately have knockback and stun anytime they hit you as part of their kit. And that's unpleasant pretty much no matter what you're playing. I remember one time I was coming down here as a Golemancr. I'm like, alright, this shouldn't be too bad. And they, stun-locked the golem so hard, and I'm just sitting there like, They make excellent revives. I will agree with that. Off the top of my head, no, J. Palmer. I mean, true in-depth analysis, which again is like 2 steps below what I do. That's essays at that point. You're just doing an essay. I hope they're comfortable. Period. They looked good on you! Exclamation mark. I suppose I should show off. Good day. Alternate.
Greetings.
Welcome to my shop.
Good. Toss those at this point. Some of the waypoint placement has always weirded me out a little bit. Not that I'm complaining, and I don't think it's in any way negative, but it's just, there's a couple of waypoints where it's like, why does this zone have a waypoint? You know? Oh yeah, I said I'd show it off. Out of my word. Blood everywhere. Corpses everywhere. Of course. Not that much trade XP. A few million, you know, nothing big. Orchid. All he wanted was to be fabulously rich. I don't have much to say about this dungeon. I do like how we transition from, you know, clearly palatial areas into, like, a storage cellar, right? Which makes sense. I don't want to bash D1, but unlike some other games I could mention, the transitioning in visuals and the visual storytelling, the brickwork and all that, makes sense as we're descending into the palace. Because the spot we're going for is pretty far down, relatively speaking. a proper randomizer built into D2 would probably be pretty cool. I'm not sure if I would play it. It would depend on the quality of it and how many options it has. But I would at least consider it. Not messing with that nonsense. Get out of here.
This was not designed by nature's architect.
It depends on the randomizer for me, Pillars of Snow. There's actually multiple different types and genres of randomizers, and I only like one of them. So welcome to StarCraft. I mean, to the Arcane Sanctuary. I do like the reflection there. That's a neat little touch. Looked like this back in the day. So, left, down, right, or up. Go ahead and tilt like this to make it easier. Or, if you prefer, northwest, southwest, southeast, or northeast. Very easy, J. Palmer. I was like, Sugar Magoo, and then the portal liked me. So, northwest it is. That's actually one of my most common first ones as well. Bonus question. How many do you think it's going to take us? I'm going to go ahead and be optimistic and say it'll be the third one. I have done many runs where it is the fourth run. Okay. So let's talk about the Arcane Sanctuary really quick. So the Arcane Sanctuary has 4 styles of terrain. There's the pseudo MC Escher thing. There's the teleport area thing. And I can't remember the other 2 for some stupid reason. But they've got 4 styles of things. 3 of them have a treasure chest at the very end. The 4th one is where you want to go. It's where the plot and the boss sits, right? So, generally, and there's nothing to indicate which one it is. It's just, you pick one and you roll the dice. So we're gonna go upper left first. What was there in the original? Those are not. That is some extra nice little detail. You see like the candles and the little scraps of paper. So here's the Escher area. It's not actually Escher, but I don't know what else to call it. It's the pseudo Escher thing. One of the most common enemies here is ghosts. Why is this relevant? Ghosts completely ignore the terrain, in a place where the terrain can be very difficult to navigate. There also usually tends to be ranged enemies in here. Speaking of ranged enemies, this is our first real introduction into enemies that like to use Flame Wall. But all of these follow the same general pattern. You notice I don't even have the mini-map up, because I don't need it. They go out, they split into 2, then they combine, then there's the end. And the end is either what we want or a chest. This is also one of the first spots in the game I bothered to sit, and usually I actually do all 4 branches, regardless of which one it is, because this is some pretty decent experience and gear at this point in the game. And we're about to fight a very difficult wall of a boss. They're so helpful, Delvin. Like, you're having trouble seeing. Don't worry, we got you. We got you. And we just hit level 18, so we can pick up some new, fresh goodies in a moment. We're gonna do in a moment. Yeah, don't worry, we melted the eyeballs right out of you. No problem. Yeah, Diablo doesn't have skill walls in any real sense of the word. Diablo 2, specifically. 3, debatable, but 2, definitely not. 2 has gear checks. Boner says, not necessarily. I completely disagree with that. Even on normal, there are several very obvious and overt gear checks. And again, we're about to run into one of them. Do I think D1 could do with the remake? Yes. An unfortunately common pattern in the gaming industry is that good games tend to get remakes. Now, you might think that sounds strange. Surely you want a good game to get a remake. But, while that's neat and all, bad games need remakes. Good games, yeah, sure, it's nice to see you properly touch up a good game, but, like, bad games are the ones that really need it, you know what I mean? Anyways, in total contrast to the pit, the maggot lair, this place is really good if you're going into, for example, mage skeleton build. Yeah, Resident Evil 4, obviously. So, that's crazy.
Finally. Now I can leave this twisted nightmare.
It was upper left. First one. That is so rare for me. That is so rare for me. Alright, so, hang on. Yeah, that was the boss. That's not the gear check boss. That's just a boss. Okay, so we're gonna pick up rabies. Oh, shoot. I miscalculated. Yeah, I did miscalculate. Oh, jeez. Okay, so I'm gonna do that, obviously. And then... Yep, I'm 1 short. My bad. Well, hopefully the same team can go on to make other, also good movies, period. Ah, that's why. Sorry. Okay, so anyways, we killed the boss. Yay! No, that's just my fault for miscounting. I literally spent 1 additional point on lycanthropy, and I was supposed to save it for fire claws. And I didn't. And that's my fault. I just screwed that up. That's all there is to that. Let's rebind this a little bit. Let's do you over here. And actually no, let's do this very sequentially. We'll do this with this. 2, and then 3, and then 4. There we go. So that's what I thought. Okay, so never mind. We're actually just gonna do this. And we're not gonna do werebear. Nobody likes werebears. We'll do... Yeah, that's actually decent damage. And an F4 will be... Sorry, an F1. Okay, so... Okay. What's this?
Seekers of the tomb of Tal Rasha will find it through the portal. But know that the glowing glyphs recorded here in my arcane sanctuary are the signs of the 6 false tombs. The missing 7th sign marks the tomb of Tal Rasha. Of the Herondrum, he might be called the Foremost. It was a shining but brief moment for the mage clans when they set aside their differences and worked together against the common enemy. The Herondrum relentlessly pursued the 3 across the desolate empires of the east and even into the uncharted lands of the west, leaving the Archangel Tyrael's hands unblemished. Presuming the 3 to be vanquished, the Herondrum's unstable fellowship began to dissipate. Abandoning their sacred charge to safeguard the 3 soul stones, the disparate mage clans began to squabble amongst each other over petty differences. Their conflicts not only dissolved their brotherhood, but strengthened the evils which they had buried beneath the cold earth.
Dun dun dun. Sorry. Yeah. So, you can figure it out manually. Or you can just look. It's that one right there. Puts it. It did that in the original too.
Good day.
You must move quickly now, friend, for Diablo is undoubtedly close to finding what he seeks. Find the tomb of Tal Rasha before he frees the Lord of Destruction.
In canon, it's actually both, Crazy Norse.
I hope that this false summoner found peace in death. Unfortunately, it is more likely that he will be dragged down into hell by the demons he was bound to. Let this be a lesson to you. Demonic magic is a quick path, but its powers are seductive and deadly.
So what you're saying is I should totally... Yeah, okay.
Good day.
Can't eat my stuff. Thanks.
It is an honor to serve you. I feel no pity for that would-be summoner. His terrible ambition for demonic power was his undoing. You merely hastened the inevitable. Faith is stronger than any armor. The shield will protect the body, but faith will strengthen the courageous heart.
Listen, taking a soul stone to the face was one of the smartest things we ever did. Clearly. Pull these back, we'll need them in a minute. But yes, most of the Herondrum actually were very... Demon summoning was normal, like commonplace kind of a thing.
Greetings.
Just check this really quick. Nothing I feel like keep bothering with. Wrong button.
News of the tragedy in the palace is spreading fast. How awful. And to think, this whole time I thought Jaren and his guards were in there playing with the harem girls. You make me long for the days of glory, when I had both hands, both eyes, and more of a foot.
Good day. Unbelievable. The harem girls are dead? The palace guards have been fighting off demons from the cellar? How could that happen without my knowledge? So, Horizon's been dead for some time. I take it you at least found what you were looking for.
Hello. You have found Horizon's journal. Excellent. But I must caution you. The mark of the true tomb of Tal Rasha is sought, if not already known, by Diablo. I needn't elaborate on the implications of that. Larger forces are moving inexorably towards us. You must now make haste to the tombs.
Greetings. You're more the hero than I could have dreamed. Perhaps there is hope for us after all.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
Yes? Ha! I wish Jaren would have let me in the palace. I would have saved those girls and kicked demon ass back to the fire pits of hell. The way I see it, well, it's all pretty blurry.
Probably the best line of the game.
My ship is your ship. So, now we know Jaren's little secret. Well, I guess I can see why he wanted me to stay, though. I'm just glad it didn't come to that. Now he tells me to wait some more, in case you need to get out of here. Well, for you, I'll do it. Maybe that'll mention me in the epic ballads, eh?
Yep, the tales of, what's your name again? Mashif.
Well, you've got what you're after. Now get a move on before it's too late.
Good day. Horizon's urinal? Oh, journal. Yes, well, glad you found it. Such a shame about those poor harem girls, huh? I shall miss them deeply. I mean, their conversations, of course. Such is always the fate of those who meddle with evil.
And those two lines right next to each other work perfectly. Alright, we did that, we did that. One moment. Yeah, but they're all dead now, Loner, so it's okay. So, Delzin asks if I ever played any modded version of D2. So, the answer to your question is no. I used to play D2 modded constantly. In fact, it's the primary way I used to play D2. But I'm talking like mods, not full total conversion stuff like what you're talking about. I know that's not a total conversion, but I don't know what else to call it. Major gameplay overhaul mods. I never did that. Never got into it. Okay, so what's our number? Circle Crescent. Yep, don't mind me. Don't mind me. Wow, I just went right to it. That's crazy. Okay, whatever. I ain't gonna argue. So, for those of you in the know, and even those of you not, how many deaths do you think the upcoming boss is going to give me? Like, as a gift, you know? Right. 40, 12. 4 to minimum. Means you roll a dice that has 12 sides 4 times, J. Palmer. Which, by virtue of math, means you have a range from 1 to 48. And by 1, I mean 4. 4 to 48, excuse me. I can talk. Hey, stun boys. Yeah, the shorthand, I believe, does come from D&D or something before D&D, but even if it doesn't, that's definitely what popularized it. But the dice shorthand is just another way to express range. Number ranges. You know, I just realized our damage is about to go down before we fight this boss, too. Oh, God. Could you, deal with a bit of that, please? Thanks.
I can't carry him.
Oh my god, okay. Hey, Mockingbirds, everything's fine. We're not dead. Oh, Jesus. Let's chill back here for a minute.
I can't carry anymore.
So, Mockingbirds, how many times do you think I'm gonna die in the upcoming boss fight? Alright, we are out. Completely tapped of potions. So let's, bow out.
Greetings.
Good day.
What am I carrying? Oh, it's just the gear I'm about to need. Yeah, that makes sense. That's not bad, actually. We'll get rid of that one. What, Mockingbirds? I would like to buy. Yes, of course. Would you like the blue or the red? Can you get into this dungeon before you're meant to story-wise? So D2 is one of the most frustrating acts. Act 2 is one of the most frustrating acts of D2 for most players that I've ever encountered. Not because it's good, bad, or in between, but because it is gated. In Act 1, you can effectively rush right to Andariel. Like, even if you don't have waypoints, you just go and zip right through, you know, rush through the cave, go to the passage, go through the dark woods, out to the Tomoa Highlands, and then you're there, right? You can just run to the end. You can't really do that in Act 2, because you have to do quests to gain access to the Arcane Sanctuary, and you have to go through the Arcane Sanctuary to gain access to the final area. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And if you happen to be replaying or doing it again, you might have the waypoint for the final area, but you don't know which dungeon is correct, so you still need to go through the Arcane Sanctuary. So, I don't mind it as much for obvious reasons, I just thought I'd mention it. Where's my... I don't actually know if D2 has crossplay. What else is D2 on? As weird as that may sound. Oh yeah, and don't split the... We'll talk about party splitting in D3, because that's where it's a lot more relevant. Oh yeah, tell me about it, Reggie. Alright, back into it. Should have probably bought potions, because that's literally the reason I backed off, was to go buy potions. Potions!
There's nothing the right potion can't cure.
Listen, nobody plays video games on a Mac. Don't be ridiculous. Except for the Oregon Trail. Not to be confused with the Oregon Trail. Which I don't know if that's on Mac. That'd be funny, though. Up, there you are. Thought I heard you. I'm joking anyways. I know that this was also on Mac. Blizzard were actually one of the biggest Mac supporters for video games for, honestly, about a decade. Most game developers just didn't even... Oh my god! Didn't even bother releasing games on Mac. And, honestly, for good reasons. Macintosh has had a completely different infrastructure. And literally different hardware and software to deal with. No buoyant situations. They killed my frickin' minion. Holy crap. Oh, those hurt. Those hurt. I have no idea if Bungie did that. I admit my knowledge of Macintosh gaming sort of died right about 2005-ish.
I am overburdened.
As I stopped knowing people who used Macs. Marathon, of all things. Favorite Star Wars ship? That can be crewed by one person.
Yes.
I get your question, and that's a fascinating one. That's a lot of damage. Can we get up to 56? We can. Well, we have just found our new weapon, which is good, because we're about to lose this one. We're about to downgrade in weapons, so we're just gonna toss that, toss that, toss that. Of course they did tracks here.
Greetings.
The PS3, I actually talked about this when we were streaming Devil May Cry 4 because it was relevant. The PS3 was such a pain that several developers literally sacrificed specific games to the PS3 in order to learn how to use the damn thing. Devil May Cry 4 was the one that Capcom sacrificed. We'll see in a minute, Loner. Hopefully decent? Oh, yeah.
Good evening.
No judgment to anyone who plays video games on the Mac, by the way. I'm obviously joking. The days that... I think it's been a few bagrillion years since anybody had any real Mac versus PC, or excuse me, Mac versus Windows ire. Honestly, that rivalry was always stupid, too. Right up there with the Genesis versus the SNES. Mobile game players can go straight to hell. I mean, nobody likes mobile game players. Yeah, everybody hates Linux. It's a Unix system. Sorry. Why are there fish here? You smell something? Nah. I've actually known several Linux, I don't want to use the word fanboy, you know I'm not a big fan of that word. But I don't have a better word for it, so I've met several Linux fanboys professionally. Not like out in the wild, not amongst being a streamer or whatever. But I've seen plenty of them in, like, when I used to work IT. They were dicks. They were big Rule Zero violators. Oh yeah, true elitists. Just jackasses. Have you ever heard me jokingly quote the, "Oh sure, of course you can get it working. All you have to do is do these 15 steps in the exact right way and not mess up at all, and it'll work for this exact one scenario." That's the kind of person I'm quoting, because they used to give that sort of advice legitimately. One of the biggest things one of them kept pushing for years there was for us to shift our entire infrastructure for how we handle the customer portals over to Linux. Now, that may or may not mean anything to you, but that was a terrible idea. And everybody knew it was a terrible idea, and he never let go of that. Just never. Oh my god! Pushing upstream here, don't mind me. Okay. It had to be the damn Beatles. We have the Beatles, the knockbacks, and the rezzers. This is a pretty mean combo. Oh, jeez. Back up, back up, back up. Something vaguely amuses me about the fact that I can poison the dead. Undead? Whatever. You get the point. Then again, I can also poison skeletons, so what the hell do I know? I know, bones are a lot more organic than most people tend to think, yada yada yada. Still. So we just poison the skeleton here. That'd be like a droid using the Force in Star Wars. Nobody would ever come up with such a crazy and insane idea. This is a big one. We're having really bad luck on this one. That's true. Thankfully, we've already defined the Force, so we're good on that one. Okay. Dead end. Perfect. That's... This whole branch was for nothing. There's a lot of randomization in it, J. Palmer. Yes, droids can use the Force in the rewrite. Any living thing can use the Force. Excuse me, let me say that in slightly different terminology. Any sentient, sapient being can use the Force in the rewrite. Right that. Because that's how I define living. As I've already done. There's also a reason I always consistently say sentient and sapient. Because there's a surprisingly large amount of argument about the variance between those two words, so I just mentioned both to make sure that everything's covered. Sentient and sapient. We're good. But yeah, a lot of the stuff is randomized, J. Palmer. You'll notice I just mentioned we have a good combo here, and by good I mean bad combo. That's because which specific... So here's the bundle of all the enemies that exist in Act 2. it'll pull from this to decide which enemy groups, which enemy types you get per dungeon and per area. So some areas are much more likely to have certain enemy types, like you're usually going to see skeletons or the mummies in the tombs, and you're usually going to see like the bug types in the dungeon I gave a negative for, the pit, the maggot lair. But there is still ranges, there's still probabilities involved.
Stay a while and listen.
And shrines and chests and loot, that's much more random. You're pretty much never going to see the same kind of thing twice on that front.
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
Oh. So now we can finally get Fire Claws. And that's actually going to be our main ability, so we're going to put that right on. What is the Force? It's actually going to take a minute to describe it, but the simplest, easiest one-sentence definition I could give of the Force in the rewrite is, it is an energy field. It is a source of energy that people can tap into. That's super simple description. Go toss this. That's just taking up space at this point. Put one of those here. Leave you here. Gonna get rid of that soon. That'll be nice. Kind of Blade to Ball. There's no midi-chlorians, obviously. We just, like I said, there's a whole lot of nuance there. We have defined the Force. It took a while. It was about a month of debate to define just the Force. There's no light side, there's no dark side, there's no mauve side, there's no chartreuse side. There's nothing. There's just the Force. And then there's no... The Force is not sentient, the Force is not sapient. There's no intelligence involved there anymore than there is intelligence in how a river flows, right? There are patterns, which is why I use the river analogy specifically. But there's no intellect there. There's no will or drive. It's just water flowing down the land. What am I doing? I am... Did that. We're good. Okay, back into it. You can tell it's a lore runner stream because we're talking about Star Wars and or Star Trek. Do people still get precognition of visions? That's actually a funny question. So the answer is yes, but the actual answer is no. So you cannot predict the future. You cannot see a vision of, like, here is what must be. There's no destiny. There's none of that. So you cannot time travel, and you cannot perceive across time. So when you have a vision with the Force, all you're doing is hearing your own thoughts reflected back at you. So if someone, for example, is like, I will have a vision of the future, and I envision a situation in which I will be dying 15 times to Darial, then that's just me. The Force has nothing to do with that. All that is my own preconceived thoughts interfering, and me then interpreting my own thoughts as a vision from the Force, and I am wrong. And yes, Star Wars has time travel. That's cool. Does the Force control your actions? Well, that's an interesting question. So I'm going to go back to the water analogy. If you are in a river which is flowing down, downriver, does that river control your actions? The answer is, of course, no, of course not. But again, there is a flow there. There is something that you can resist or push against. So, to answer you in more simplicity, no. The Force does not control your actions. It doesn't have the ability to control your actions. Oh, it's not your subconscious, Oculus. It's just whatever's going through your head at the time. Pink elephants. There you go. For those of you who actually get that reference, that's how Force visions work. Wow, Reggie. Congrats. You get it, Talia? You get it? I'm getting a lot of runes this playthrough. This is weird. Of all the terrible loot luck, and I've had really bad loot luck. Like, most of my best gear has come from vendors. I have had a lot of runes drop. Oh, I already bought everything I needed to here. Honestly, years ago at this point. So, while I did think about it, it was mostly just to double check myself. Like, did I get everything? And the answer was, yeah, I did. I'm actually going to pick this up because that is a triple socketed spear. And I'm probably going to dump some skulls in there and put it on. Out of context quote. I'm going to dump some skulls into my spear and give it to my henchman. No, Noctis. There is no light side and there's no dark side in any way, shape, or form. That's not quite accurate. So let's say that you are a Force user. Congratulations, you can use the Force. This puts you alongside roughly 100% of the population. So you're very special, as you can tell. You are exactly like everyone else. So as you're using the Force, you use the Force in a way that is specific to you. It's dependent on your mentality, your perspective, your pattern, whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. What makes up you determines how you draw upon the Force. Sense make? Now let's say you decide to put a name to that. Now, in technical terms, there is no name for that, because there's just the Force as you specifically are drawing on it. But you decide to name it something because you feel like being special, and oh my god! Jesus, that was just... I couldn't even reach the damn guy, too. There is no name for that, it's just how you draw upon the Force. But you decide to name it because you feel like being fancy. You feel like, you know, feeling more powerful and getting a little bit of, you know, more political pure. Oh, yes, I use the peacock side of the Force. And everyone's like, oh my god, what's the peacock side of the Force? Tell us more. Yes, the peacock side's very powerful. Very powerful, yes. Only the truest, most amazing of Force users can use the peacock side. Oh my god, please tell us more. Train us in your amazing ways of power and prominence. Of course, I will be glad to take on students and teach you how to use the peacock side. And that's how that works. There is no peacock side. It's all a colossal lie. Even if you try to teach someone else to use the Force in a manner that you yourself have learned, you're still not actually going to be teaching them anything other than ideas to help them in how they draw from and pull for the Force. Make sense? So the whole thing is kind of a hoax. Now, the funny part is whether or not the person who has invented the peacock side knows that or not, and that's variable. Some people obviously are deliberately scamming, but not everyone is. Some people legitimately think they are a practitioner of the peacock side of the Force. I mean, at this point, so okay, we're gonna back off. As you notice, we're being a little cautious because we have gotten a very bad roll in which enemies are in here, and they are kicking my ass 6 ways sideways. Just ooh. Oh. Faster hit recovery, 89 defense, +1 to life, which is whatever. Lightning resist, fire resist, and 1 thorns. Not too shabby. That we'll keep that. And that might go over to you. What have we got? So that's 86 and hit recovery. That's 82 and magic damage reduced. I think we'll throw that into the gold pile, because that's a 10,000. Is this known? That's a good question. But the answer is yes and also no. Not everyone agrees on how the Force works in-universe. So, plenty of people think that the Force, it has just the light side and the dark side. And then some people think that there's like 5 sides. And then some people think there's no sides. And some people think there's like 50 sides. And you get the idea. Nobody can agree on how the Force works. I only have 1 skull. I've had 1 skull drop this entire time. That is not great. We could use the Tal rune now, though, if we wanted to. Oh, there's super the belief that only some people can use the Force. In fact, even though literally any sentient sapient being can use the Force, including droids, there are still some people who have the misguided and inaccurate belief that it has to do with bloodlines. Which it super doesn't. Let's go ahead and do this. Pull that up there. Can droids that are memory wiped use the Force? That's a good question. Where does a droid use the Force? I don't understand that question. I mean, kind of, yeah, Oculus. So we keep... you may or may not have heard me talk about the Force Papacy. We finally renamed it. We're calling it the Force Synod. Force Synod, or Synod, I believe is actually how that's supposed to be pronounced, is one of the... Actually, it is the dominant Force user organization in the galaxy for most of Star Wars' our Wars' history. And they tend to be pretty strict on what we do is okay and what everyone else does, eh. And there's varying degrees of that, of course.
Good day.
But the Sith Empire kind of sullied their opinion of the Force cults, which is what we're calling them. Okay, so I've got that. Let's do this. I mean, the Synod is literally politically married to the Republic. So, in fact, the easiest way I've ever come up with describing the Synod, is they are the official Republic Force user organization. No. Well, there are no sorcerers, Pillars of Snow. So, it would be more accurate to say that the anybody can be a wizard, which is true in D&D, actually. But the cults like to bull in people who they think are sorcerers, even though sorcerers do not exist. Yeah, meanwhile, I'm still in Tal Rasha's tomb. One of them, but, you know. Give me for the delay. I think... Oh, there it is. Okay, I was going to say, it's probably the next room, based on the layout. I don't know. Give me a minute, and I'll go check. Because that's the boss fight right there. So, hang on. We're going to start a portal out here, and then we're going to go through it and go answer Black Malkin's question. Then we're going to start a portal out here. I have not Xenolix. I will obviously do it at some point. Off camera or on camera. I haven't decided yet. Probably on camera, which means I won't be able to do it for like a few months. Until, you know, it comes out. So we do have Tal, Neff, and Tyr. We actually do have Neff and Tyr. I don't remember how that works. But we actually do have Neff and Tyr. Oops, I don't need to do it at all. What is this? Oh, right, because Fireclaw. Oh. Well, that doesn't help me all that much. But thank you for telling me, Black Malkin. Let's just pop this. We're good, we're good, we're good. Let's do it. Oh, actually, I also have Eld. Get rid of that. Nobody wants Eld. I spit on Eld. Do we? Okay, so now we're gonna... So last time to get in your guesses how many deaths this is gonna cost me. Oh, holy crap. Oh, that ice. Oh, that frost damage. That is fun. That's death one. Death one. Yeah, everything about the Doral fight is honestly a negative to gameplay. It might actually be two. When I mentioned there's a wall, I meant it.
Greetings.
It is... So let's talk about this fight. Because holy crap. The Doral fight is... It's a pure stat fight. It's also... It's frustrating as crap. So the way it works, you're dumped into a very small room. It's literally smaller than this square I'm in right now. It's about this big. You just saw it. So you're dumped into a very small room. There's an enemy who has exactly 2 aspects to him. He hits you very hard. Sorry, 3 aspects. Excuse me. He hits very hard, and he is very fast. He also does frost, which slows you. That's it. That's Doral. Frost damage, hits hard, moves fast, and he's in a nice, tight, small area. There's also no escape from that room. There's no backing out. That's why you leave the town portal outside the boss area. So, everything about what I just said sucks. In a arguably not well-designed kind of a way.
Good evening.
So we're going to go ahead and hit this button. We're going to go over here.
Nothing. The right portion,
Buy a couple of these. And we're going to do a slightly different strategy than what we just did. Ironically, not all that different, really. You can drop a town portal in combat. You may not actually want to. You may want to have a moment to recover before you are immediately in combat, because he will start moving before you do. Trust me. Now, the only good news is you can corpse run him, but he can kill you so fast that you might actually not be able to do enough damage for corpse bombing him to even work. Wow, I did not have time to do that. You notice he is turbo fast there, and yep, we're already at this point. So we're just going to use our secondary strategy. Corpse bombing. That's where we're at. We are going to go corpse bomb now. This boss really, really, really sucks for certain builds. Some builds can manage Doral decently, but if you are, for example, a skeleton-focused Nextgrow, you are not going to be having a good time here. Part of the reason I am eating the gold cost of resurrecting that guy every time is he is the best possible tank for this scenario. I also failed at keeping him alive. I was actually going to keep him alive, and I just failed at it, because I was literally too slow. I wasn't going to talk about the fact that he will do extra damage to summons, because screw you. We'll grab our corpse. He's already dead. Down to the E in terms of damage here. Okay, yep. Yeah, he also has a charge attack, which is... I'm not sure if it does extra damage, it's just... It's what he uses as a closer. It's why he can catch up to you so quickly.
Need some help?
How is our gold doing? Because we might run dry here. Like, we've been a little... yeah, okay, so we've probably got about another 5 deaths before we can no longer resurrect our dude. So, it wouldn't surprise me, Black Ball. It really wouldn't. Down to the eye. Ooh, back up. Ravens hit him for a bit there. The potions catch up slightly. Oh! There we go. Come on, Ravens, do something. Okay, fine. We'll poison him before we go. So if you're wondering why I was asking how many deaths this boss would take, this is why. We are absolutely going to just be corpse grinding this guy. It is the strategy here.
Greetings.
Truthfully told, I don't actually have another strategy. One of the most common strategies for getting past the Darial wall is to call in a friend who is high enough level to push through the Darial wall. As you might imagine, that's not really possible right now.
Good evening.
Down to the R. Down to the U, actually. We're doing pretty good, weirdly enough. Yeah, the life leech hasn't been keeping up at all. I've actually been using it. You probably can't even tell. In fact, the mere fact that you're asking probably proves that it hasn't been a noticeable thing. I've been trying instead to focus in the last couple of attempts on the poison ability, rabies. Or whichever one it is. It is that one. Actually, apparently I've Did I pull... I actually pulled rabies off the bar. Whoops, I'm stupid. Well, we'll put you on 7, I guess? 4, 3, what do we got here? We'll put you on at 4. There we go, that works, that works. Yeah, this... what I'm demonstrating is almost exactly how I beat this guy back in the day. Because his health rate doesn't reset, it is actually possible to just kind of grind your face into him. If his health reset, this would be the other type of grinding, aka go out and level a bunch before being able to progress. Okay, so I need F4. If you have to quit the game for any reason, well then it sucks to be you. There we go. Now we're poisoning him. Back over here. Ugh, we got him down to the D in Darial. We are making progress, believe it or not. I'm not keeping track, by the way. Has someone been keeping track of how many times we've died? We're at least at 6, I think.
Greetings.
How's our gold looking at? Because we're... yeah.
Greetings.
Okay, yeah, so we have burnt about 30,000 gold on this so far. Not a small amount for us at this point. Get used to hearing that line, though. Okay, you notice how little room there is to maneuver here. Oh, we didn't do a lot of damage that round. We didn't do a lot of damage. That's bad. We have to be doing a consistent amount of damage because we only have so many attempts at doing this. Like, at a certain point, we will run out of money.
Who goes there?
At a certain point, I'll be like, Pax, do you have any gold? Any gold. Couldn't even get to my corpse before my dude died. Oh my god. Ugh, we did do good damage. We did do good damage that time. Okay. Which class would be best against him? Oh jeez, I don't know.
Greetings.
Any non-caster? I think Amazon would probably have the easiest overall time here. Paladin probably would be pretty up there too. I like the first time I ever fought this guy, I was fighting him with, I think, 5 total people. So it didn't actually take us that long, because, you know, we were going in, and believe it or not, when you have more people, it's the Dark Souls thing. The bosses aren't really designed to be able to acknowledge more than one target. So, just having more people made this a lot easier, even though he had higher stats and higher damage and all that fun stuff. And he's dead. No, no, the loot, the loot! Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Okay. So, no joke, I was legitimately worried about the Darial fight. Like, this is one of the few moments where I was not sure we had a method going forwards. Because if the alternative really is to just go grind. Yeah, no, there's still maggots on the floor. See, even in the same spots. You can run over them and go squish, 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 squish. Oh, yeah, yeah. So, that was Darial. Negatives. Honestly, I think a bare minimum of 2 negatives. That is not a well-designed boss fight. I could honestly be argued up to 3. This is a bullcrap barrier to progression. As like I mentioned, he hits very hard. He slows you. There aren't a lot of ways to out strategy or out tactics him. He does extra damage to summons. He has a very small area you fight him in, and there's no escape from the area while you're fighting him. He just sucks. He just sucks. And I get what they were going for, because narratively, this is also a negative. Here's the deal. I don't want to explain why, because I mentioned this earlier. Narratively, the whole of Act 2 is, we need to go, and we need to find where Tal Rasha's tomb is, and we need to get all this stuff in the desert. With the whole of Act 2, all of Act 2, with like 2 side quests, exceptions, is building up to this moment. We're trying to find the tomb of Tal Rasha to get to Baal before Diablo gets there. That's the whole goal. Not only have they beaten us here, but there's no indicator that they've beaten us here. They wanted to have this shocking moment. And instead of what probably should have happened, which is we get to this point and the door's already open, we actually open the door and then he's in there. What? Darial's already here. Tyrael's already here, which we'll see in just a second up here. And we were too late for everything, and it doesn't line up, and the whole thing just feels very Yeah, they didn't have to go through all the bullcrap we went through. They're just here. Never explained, never elaborated upon. They just beat us here. Okay. So, not cool. It's actually our first story negative this whole game. So let's go beat Act 2.
Hello.
So, first time we've actually encountered an angel. Tyrael has been mentioned 3 times so far, and in each instance, it's been during one of the cutscenes, during one of Marius's little explanations. But hey, it's the actual Tyrael. Yay! Can I just say really quick, let me just pause for just a second here. I love the wings. In fact, I love the angel design in general of Diablo. I always have. One of the things I have always loved about Blizzard games is their sense of aesthetics. You could say like that Warcraft is just Warhammer Light. You could say that StarCraft is just Warhammer 40k Light. You could say Diablo is just some random, gothic thing. But I disagree with all of that, if for literally no other reason than they have a unique aesthetic style, and I love it. Tyrael always looked cool. They've always had the wings. They have no faces. Technically they do. It's a thing. But, you can't see Tyrael's face in there. There is no visible head. There's actually nothing rendered there, to put it into such terms. They have these wonderful ethereal glowing wings. As we'll see in future games, their wings actually vary based on the angel. And I love the way they designed these. It's super duper cool.
I thank you, mortal, for my freedom. But I did expect you earlier. I am the Archangel Tyrion. I came here to prevent Diablo from freeing his brother Baal. But I have failed. Now terror and destruction roam free throughout your world. Even now, they head towards the eastern capital of Kurast, to the very heart of the Zakarum Temple. There they hope to find their eldest brother, Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, who was imprisoned there ages ago. If the three prime evils unite, they will be invincible. It is unclear as to what their aims are. It is certain that they must be stopped at all costs. I am broken, and the energies that tie me to this world are diminishing rapidly. You must take up this quest and prevent the three brothers from reuniting. You must cross the sea and search for Diablo and Baal in Kurast. Now, hurry, mortal. Time is running out for all of us.
I feel like the reason they went with tentacles for Tyrael's wings in particular is because, if you remember, that's how they were used in D2. You remember the cinematic where Tyrael pulls closed the tomb of Tal Rasha with his wings? Like, that was a thing. Even in the original, I mean. Like, that was back in the original cinematic.
Diablo, I will find you yet.
But yes, this is... Honestly, this is a bit of an ass pull. This is the GM telling you, yeah, you failed. Even though, you know, the player has done absolutely nothing wrong. I get it. You can fail and still, you know, you can make no mistakes and still lose. I get that concept. But I feel like this doesn't work as well as it should. I feel like there's a lot better ways to do it. And I should hope so, because this goes completely differently in the rewrite. We're officially at the point now where the rewrite branches off so thoroughly. Let me put it to you this way. You know who the final boss is of Act 2 of D2 in the rewrite? It's Baal. Kind of. He's sort of insane and lost because of the hunger and the thirst and being trapped in a body and all that. So it's more like just an element of destruction roaming around causing damage to the fabric of reality. But still, Baal's the final boss fight. Dariel isn't even here. Anyways.
You have proven to be
a lot of screaming.
Of heroes, and I am honored to call you friend. Thank you for bringing peace to our lives again.
You're welcome, and Lut Ghilain will never have issues again.
Good day. You're an inspiration and such a hero that it makes me look twice as bad. You're okay. Hey, just save some glory for us little guys, huh?
Don't worry, I got a bottle of wine that you can go conquer soon. Listen, Mockingbirds, it's fine! Fine! But yes, I know who the final boss of Act 5 of D2 is in the rewrite. I'm not going to tell you that just yet.
This is a serious setback. It is most unfortunate that Tal Rasha has been consumed by Baal's destructive influence. There are many secrets known to the Haradrim which could be used by Baal against us. You must travel east by sea to Kurast and stop Diablo and Baal before they free their eldest brother, Mephisto. The lands of the Eastern Empire are not the same as they used to be. There's been little word for some time. Speed is of the essence. Go quickly, my friend. May the fates smile on you.
Yeah, we're about to go to Kurast and gain another party member, Natalia, the assassin. In the rewrite, obviously.
Good day. I've heard that your foe got away from you this time. Well, look at it this way. You've got the demons on the run. If you're going to be leaving, then, well, thanks for your help.
You know, I just realized when we get to the StarCraft rewrite, I'm going to have to ask someone to not only voice Raynor, who is a very iconic role, but Mengsk. I'm going to have to be really picky with those ones, aren't I? Yeah. Oof is right, Talia. That's going to be hard. I've got a really good bunch of actors, I do, but those are going to be some hard shoes to fill, because Mengsk and Raynor's voice actors are legit. Honestly, some of the best actors that Blizzard has access to, in my opinion. Other than Michael McConaughey, obviously.
Hello. I heard that Diablo has managed to best you, at least for the time being. I hope you catch up with him soon, and send him back to hell for good.
I'm working on it. But yes, the rewrite project is sort of exactly what it sounds like, but if you're confused, it's me rewriting several settings that I wanted to because it's cool and fun and interesting. The first rewrite, which is the Diablo rewrite, will be going live this Saturday. I hope at least some of you will be there to watch it. It's part of why we're streaming Diablo now, to kind of build up to and then discuss the Diablo rewrite, because we'll probably be still in the middle of Diablo 3 when the rewrite goes live, and then we'll talk about it after the fact as well.
The Archangel Tyrael was the one who gave the Soul Stones to the Horodrum 260 years ago. It is highly unusual for the forces of heaven to so directly interfere with man's destiny, but Tyrael was said to act of his own volition. We have never been able to discern why. Perhaps he goes against the consensus of heaven because he doubts our ability to defend ourselves. Or perhaps he sees more threat than his peers. Where the actions of hell often seem straightforwardly bent on destruction, the motives of heaven are unfathomable. Now make haste. Both Diablo and Baal must be stopped before they join with their brother Mephisto. If the three prime evils unite once again, the world as we know it will be no more.
Yeah, we got this. Oh, can you identify my stuff? Thanks. So, the Diablo rewrite is about a 2.5-hour video. It is one video. I was very torn. I could have split it into 3 very easily. D1 is, I forget the exact numbers, but D1 is like 40 minutes, D2 is like 50 minutes, and D3 is like 50 minutes. Something like that. I forget the exact spread. But ultimately, even though I could have split it into 3 videos, I felt like there was no real reason to. So, it's one single video. It is the Diablo rewrite.
This is terrible news. Baal is in possession of one of mankind's most powerful mages, and the Lord of Terror guides his path. They must be stopped, for I am sure they mean to free their elder brother Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, who lies imprisoned under the corrupted city of Kurast. I fear you are walking into a great evil, but your faith can save you. May you walk in the light always.
No, Diablo also broke free of his own accord. In fact, the only one who had to be released was Baal, which is funny when you think about it. Those are some interesting things. We'll look at those later. Yeah, I'm not really into Hollywoodism. It's weird how that works out.
I'm sorry things didn't turn out as you had hoped. Go and remember us fondly. You know, you bothered me far less than most.
Oh, that's high praise right there.
You have done very well. Few could have come this far, let alone discover the true tomb of Tal Rasha. Unfortunately, I hear that Diablo and Baal have eluded your grasp. This is most unfortunate. If you wish to travel east, I have authorized Mashif to give you passage by sea. I imagine he should be very anxious to leave by now. Good luck on your quest, and thank you again for saving my beloved city. You will always be welcome in Lut Gholein, my friend.
Wait, hang on. First we have to talk to the best character in Act 2.
Welcome to the palace.
Cool. Alright. I know, right? Humanization. Anyways, in the rewrite, is the Dark Wanderer brave? That is to say, let's just make this clear. Is Aiden brave, foolish, or in between? I don't want to spoil too much, but he's mostly brave until he's killed horrifically. And after horrific killing, well, he's kind of dead, so he's not much of anything. And on that bombshell,